The Grandia series is one of those JRPG franchises that are currently dead. We haven't heard anything from it since quite a while, so it's time for us to know what the hell happened to Grandia. I have here with me Grandia 3, Grandia 2, and Grandia 1. All great games, so many good memories. So let's begin! Grandia was a series of JRPGs developed by a studio called Game Arts. This studio was created by brothers Takeshi and Yoichi Miyagi back in 1985, who were mostly making computer software back then. Their first video game was an arcade run-and-gun called Thexder for PC, which was later ported to the NES. Their second game was the cult classic Sylphid, another shooter originally released for PC and later ported to several other consoles as well. But their first RPG was Celliart, a game that combined action and platforming elements, also released for PC. So at first this company was doing okay until they released another platformer, now for the Sega Genesis, called Legend of Dragoon. Even though it initially failed due to lack of good marketing, it was a success and it is considered nowadays as a cult classic. Then, a few months later, Game Arts released yet another cult classic and one of the most memorable RPGs from the 90s, Lunar: The Silver Star, released for the Sega CD in 1992, which was critically acclaimed and met with commercial success. 5 years later, in 1997, they released the first Grandia for the Sega Saturn, ported to the PS1 for the rest of the world 2 years later. It was also a successful game, and it also became a cult classic many years afterwards. So, with two successful new RPG franchises that spawned more titles for several different consoles later on, what exactly happened to them? Why did these two franchises fail? What the hell happened to Grandia? The first Grandia game was released exclusively in Japan for a console that never did very well in the rest of the world. This was published by ESP Software, then it was ported to the PS1 by Sony in North America and by Ubisoft in Europe. A spin-off called Grandia Digital Museum, also for the Saturn and also exclusively for Japan, was released in 1998. It was an extension of the first Grandia. The second Grandia game was originally released for the Sega Dreamcast in the year 2000, now published by Ubisoft outside Japan. It was a commercial success. During that same year and around the same release date, there was yet another spin-off called Grandia Parallel Trippers for the Game Boy Color, published by Hudson Soft this time, and guess what? It was an exclusive for Japan. Then they decided to port Grandia to the PlayStation 2 with the help of a studio called Rocket Studio, now published by Enix in Japan, but still published by Ubisoft everywhere else. This port, sadly, was a failure. It had a lot of problems like lag, glitches and bugs, and it later became one of the most infamous RPGs of all time. But despite that, it was pretty well received, and fans with the PS2 were grateful that they now had the second game in a Sony console. The same year, 2002, they released another spin-off, but finally one that we all got, Grandia Extreme for the PS2. It was a good game, really, despite having somewhat failed in the market. And guess who published it? Ubisoft? No, Enix again. Now for the entire planet. So, having met with mixed to negative criticism because nobody told the world that this was a spin-off and not a Grandia main title, the series began meeting a downfall, sadly. In 2006, the world met Grandia 3, now published by Square Enix. And even though it was technically still published by the same people, Enix, it was once again under a different name. Since Sega consoles had died after the Dreamcast, there was only the option to publish the game for the PlayStation 2, the Xbox and the Nintendo GameCube. The PS2 was the best choice since previous titles had been released for Sony consoles as well. Initially, Grandia 3 was a commercial success and it was well received everywhere around the world, but time went on and more people began criticizing it. Nevertheless, Square Enix was happy to have made the right decision and maybe, just maybe, the Grandia series had a future. Had, yes, because then a very heartbroken tragedy occurred that contributed into leading the franchise to its demise. Takeshi Miyagi, one of the co-founders of Game Arts, died at age 45 of a brain tumor in July 29, 2011. Even though having left Game Arts right after Grandia 2's original release for the Dreamcast, it still hit his older brother pretty hard. Grandia had been a franchise almost entirely developed by Takeshi, so how will Yoichi continue this on his own? He did Grandia 3 after all, but was that game really successful? The truth is, not really. Like I said, many websites began trashing the game with strong criticism, mainly focusing on the poorly written story and the mediocrity of everything else. And I'm not even going to comment on that terrible J-pop song for the opening theme that they also criticized. Was this because Takeshi wasn't involved? Was this because now Square Enix was involved? But alas, Grandia didn't die just yet. They made one last attempt to keep the series alive, and that was Grandia Online. All those MMORPGs out there were kicking ass, but Grandia sure wasn't. So why not? An online game, since the franchise allegedly has so many fans, it's a prequel to the original Grandia, so it's gonna be a huge success, right? Sure, let's release it only in Japan. It came out in July 2009, and it went okay at first before a complete, absolute, masterful, disgraceful, abominable, atrocious... Okay, I'm exaggerating. The game failed, even though it lasted for 3 consecutive years until finally shutting down in 2012. I tried to investigate more into this, but there's barely any information about it on the internet. If you guys know something more in depth about this mystery, feel free to use the comment section below. In any case, Grandia was apparently dead. So many changes within their history, so many publishers involved, so many other projects interfering, so many only in Japan bullshit. If the series was so successful, why couldn't they release everything else here? In other words, and like many other cases, the series went into the deep slumber because of bad decisions. Will it return one day? Well, they haven't said anything since their atrocious failure with Grandia Online and the strong criticism against Grandia 3. It's been over 10 years since the last console release and 6 since they shut down the Grandia Online servers. But it's not as if the franchise's reputation was badly damaged, or as if many of the key members, including Yoichi, died after his brother, so maybe someday we'll see another game? Who knows? But what we do know so far is what the hell happened to Grandia. Okay guys, that's it. That's what, in my opinion, happened to Grandia. It's so sad because it was such a great franchise and it had a lot of potential. So let us hope one day we'll see another new Grandia, even if it's just by Yoichi and company. I mean, they already did Grandia 3 and in my opinion it was great. So why not? We all want a new Grandia. We're waiting for this great franchise to come back. Thanks for watching and see you next time. My Suikoden collection. Yeah, I'm so proud to own it. Every single one of them, with the exception of Dear Christ. What, you think you notice something different in here? Yeah, I mean, that's because, well, I don't like to show my original Suikoden copy, Suikoden 2 copy, yeah, that's right. I don't like to show it because, well, I have a sealed copy of it with an autograph from Miki Higashino and Murayama, of course. Yep, 2 autographs. So if I showed it, you know, I would just be being pretentious and you will be so envious of me, and I don't want to hurt your feelings. That's why whenever I show my collection or something, I just show my pirated copy of it, because it's a very expensive game and the copy I own is probably worth $1,000. You understand, right? What? Okay, I admit it! I don't have Suikoden 2! I don't own it! Okay, I have a pirated copy of Suikoden 2. This is my copy of Suikoden 2, yeah. And I'm proud to have it. Okay, I'm not proud. I'm not proud, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is my copy. I'm sorry, I'm poor. Get out of my head! The first Suikoden was released at the end of 1995 and was never intended to be a series. It wasn't after the initial success it had in Japan and partially in the entire world that the team, under the command of Yoshitaka Murayama, decided to make a second game. Suikoden was also released for Microsoft Windows and the Sega Saturn in 1998, but neither version made it out of Japan. We all know that the series is loosely based on the classic Chinese novel Water Margin, also translated as 1,000 other names, and it's one of the 4 classic Chinese novels allegedly from the 14th century, talking about 108 outlaws that want to create an army. However, Murayama has said that the games are not based on the novel, but rather he and his team took the main idea from it, as in being influenced by it. Going back to Suikoden, it was a successful RPG simply because it was just so different from your everyday RPGs back in the mid-90s, including the building of an army, the strategy battles, and the duels. So many great ideas this game turned out to include that the interest from the general public suddenly went on a higher demand for a much better game. I say this because the first Suikoden was just too short and not as complete as other RPGs, according to critics. So, when Konami heard about all of this, they immediately asked Murayama for a sequel. But back then, Final Fantasy VII was coming out, so how was Konami going to compete with this? With a much better game, of course. This, as we all know, never happened. Final Fantasy VII nailed the world and Suikoden approached the oblivion. Suikoden 2 was released 3 years later after the first Suikoden in December 1998. Story-wise, it was 3 years after the events of the first Suikoden, but with different characters, different plot, and in a new part of the world. It's a cult classic nowadays, and it is considered by many as one of the best JRPGs ever made, but back in 1999, when it was released in North America and 2000 in Europe, even though being successful, other RPGs completely overshadowed it, and the initial sales were considerably dropped, which turned this excellent title into a limited print run. This is the reason why this game is one of the most expensive RPGs out there as of today. Between 1999 and 2001, a new Suikoden team and Konami released 2 visual novels that will be a spin-off of Suikoden 2. They were called Suikogaiden. 2 volumes were made for the PS1, but none was released outside Japan. Time went on, but Konami didn't give up, so in 2002, the 3rd Suikoden came out for the PS2. Instead of having a silent protagonist this time, the game was divided into 4 protagonists, 3 main characters with names and personalities, and 1 that was entirely optional. It was a commercial success and met with very strong positive feedback from critics in some parts of the world. I say some parts because this game, however successful, was only released in Japan and North America. Yup, not in Europe. And this was only the tip of the iceberg as to why the series met its downfall several years later. It turns out that Konami didn't want to release the game in Europe because of an exceedingly stupid reason. Yeah, they said that all PAL games had to be fully translated to the respective languages and that only releasing the game in English was not an option. Petitions to change this preposterous decision were made, but to no avail. This is the turning point of the series. Suikoden 3 was the last Suikoden made by Murayama and his team, which back then included Miki Higashino on the music department. Nevertheless, she left on maternity leave, yep, that's all we know, having left us with music for Suikoden 1 and 2 and Suikogaiden 1 and 2. But Suikoden 3's music, however, was composed mainly by Michiro Yamane, but with the help of Keiko Fukami, who had previously worked with Higashino as well. Anyways, the point is that Murayama left, only stating that his 10-year contract with Konami, which had started back in 1993, had officially ended. No other explanations were given and his name was taken out from the credits of Suikoden 3. We all know what happens when the author of a series leaves the games. Franchises tend to fail or go into some serious, outrageous changes that always tear fan bases apart. So since Suikoden 3 had been successful, Konami didn't waste any time publishing Suikoden 4, also for the PS2, but now made by the fusion of the remnants between the original Suikoden team and the Suikogaiden team. It was released in 2004 in Japan and the following year now in both Europe and North America. This game was now directed by Masayuki Saruta and written by the artist of the first Suikoden, Junko Kawano. She had never worked on any other Suikoden game before other than the first one, and now she was in charge? In any case, we all know what happened. Suikoden 4 was a huge failure outside Japan. It was met with mixed reviews at first, later becoming negative for the most part, but not inside Japan, since the game was well received there, so well as a matter of fact that it spawned a spin-off called Suikoden Tactics, which Kawano also made, also for the PS2, but now, as the name implies, this was a strategy RPG. This happened the following year in 2005, and it wasn't very well received by, well, anyone. It gained slightly favorable reviews in Japan, but average ones from the rest of the world. It's a good game in my opinion, but it's nothing beyond a decent spin-off. In any case, those two games were still part of the Suikoden universe, still of the same lore, but becoming the absolute prequel to the entire series, taking place 150 years before the first Suikoden. Wow! So now what? Konami realized Junko just wasn't good enough, that Murayama leaving had been a mistake, and that the series was meeting its downfall. So what did they do? Yep, they asked for help. To Hudson Soft. So in 2006, with Hudson's help, the world finally met Suikoden 5. The same team worked on the game, but now new people were leading it, having recruited again Miki Higashino for cooperation with the music. So we all know this was a great game, right? In my opinion, it's the best Suikoden ever made, taking place 6 years before the first Suikoden, even though it wasn't made by Murayama. But the surprise factor is here that, believe it or not, the game was a complete and absolute failure when it first came out. Yeah, everybody was already disappointed by three extremely important things. Murayama was gone, Suikoden 4 and Tactics had not been well received, and 5 had taken too much time into development. It had even started before Suikoden 4 and was going to be a spin-off. Thankfully, it became what we now know and love, but in 2006, the franchise, unfortunately, and to the surprise of everybody else, was drowning in the abyss. Konami's last attempt to release something outside Japan, another spin-off. It came out in 2008, 1 year later in Europe and North America. Technically, it was still made by the same people, but now switching roles and ending up once again with a huge mess of new names popping up in its credits. Hudson Soft was also not involved in this game. So, a new Suikoden game for a console that wasn't from Sony. It was well received, sure, but people knew it from Suikoden Tactics that this was yet another spin-off, so they were more forgiving, enjoying the game, wondering why the hell this was released for the Nintendo DS and not the PSP, etc. Fans were patiently waiting for Suikoden 6. Suikoden, The Woven Web of a Century was released in 2012. People wanted a Suikoden for the PSP, a comeback to Sony consoles. Okay, here you go. But guess what? Only in Japan. Yeah. Screw you, fans around the world. Keep waiting forever for Suikoden 6 and shove this Japanese title up your ass. It was made by the same team as before, again with different roles assigned to some of them, and why do I even bother? I don't even care if this game was successful or not, because it's 2018 and we still don't have a Suikoden 6. And it did fail, actually. In conclusion, my favorite JRPG franchise of all time is probably never going to come back. We didn't get this either, yeah, obviously. Or this in 2001 for the Game Boy Advance. I mean, there are even more spin-offs than main titles out there. Seriously! Is this Konami's fault? Considering all the lame-ass decisions they've been making for the past few years, it wouldn't surprise me. But the thing is, changing personnel over the years, departure of key figures of the franchise, risky attempts to create something new and failing, too many spin-offs. I think that pretty much sums up what happened to the team, including disputes amongst them and then disbandment. Regardless, it is still one of the greatest JRPG franchises of all time, my personal favorite, and a beloved series that has left us with no real explanations. In other words, we can only speculate on what the hell happened to Suikoden. So what do you think? Will we ever get a new Suikoden? By a new team? By a different company? By Murayama himself if he decides to miraculously come back? Who knows? All we have to do is hope. Don't lose hope. Maybe, just maybe, it will happen one day. I found an interview with Murayama himself from 2 years ago on the internet. I'm gonna leave the link in the description below in case you wanna go and watch it. And it's pretty interesting, so take a look if you want to. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Wild Arms, one of the most cult-following classic RPG franchises out there that it seems to have just vanished. So what the hell happened to Wild Arms? Why haven't we heard anything for the last 8 years or 10 years or so? But guess what? There's a new Wild Arms coming up, but let's find out what kind of game it's going to be. So, these are the Wild Arms games that I own. My mint condition copy of Wild Arms 3, my limited edition copy of Wild Arms 5, and... oh, not this stupid joke again. The entire series and every single game in the franchise was created by Media Vision, mainly known for, well, the Wild Arms series and some famous mobile games called Chaos Rings, published by Square Enix. But let's not get into that for now. The company was formed in 1993 and they had just developed a couple of games that were never released in North America. Their second game was this, Rapid Reload, a run-and-gun adventure that, yes, it does remind us of what happened right afterwards in 1996. Wild Arms. Back then, all games of this newly created franchise were published by Sony. It arrived in 1997 to North America and 1998 in Europe. Now, a crucial factor to say is that it was one of the first RPGs released for the PlayStation and one that surprised the world for being a Japanese role-playing video game strongly influenced by the old Wild West. This brought many gamers to play it and the game became a commercial success. However, during that same time, many other great RPGs were being released and its popularity was quickly overshadowed despite its highly positive feedback. So in 1999, Sony released Wild Arms 2, which came to North America in 2000 and sadly it was never released in Europe. Despite being yet another really good game, in my opinion better than the first one, many reviewers destroyed it with criticism. Fans were happy, as a matter of fact, that they had a new Wild Arms, unrelated to the first one however, story-wise, with an excellent cast of characters and still a great gameplay. But important websites and magazines just didn't like it. So it didn't meet any commercial success at all, even though back then the franchise was all over the place, releasing mangas that only they got, and a 22-episode anime called Twilight Venom. Sales outside Japan, however, still weren't good enough. But well, the PS2 was out, so why not try a different approach? Wild Arms 3 came out in 2002 in Japan and North America, and this time they decided to release it in Europe as well in 2003. Thankfully, it did better than the Wild Arms 2. Critics and fans loved the game and were happy to have a third Wild Arms, now for a new console that was rampaging everywhere with dozens of RPGs. Its cel-shaded graphics were a new feature that most people received with a smile. Nevertheless, there were complaints. It did better than its predecessor, yes, but that didn't mean that it was a great RPG, according to critics. They said it was just okay, it lacked something, not the voice acting, but variety. It was a repetitive game with an extremely linear story, blah blah blah. Let's just say that this game did fine. In 2003, Ubisoft localized Wild Arms 3 to Europe, but that same year, Sony published Wild Arms Alter Code F, a remake of the first Wild Arms, and only in Japan and North America. The latter got somewhat of a limited run print and zero, yes, absolutely zero decent marketing, which was the reason why this remake went below a lot of people's radars. It was a great game, nowadays a hidden gem in my opinion, and received with positive feedback. But it seemed as if it had been successful only in Japan because Sony didn't give a damn about publicity for it in North America. It wasn't released anywhere else, unfortunately, so this excellent remake faded into obscurity. Wild Arms 4 was released in 2005 in Japan and published by Sony once again. Now, sadly, they refuse to bring the game to the rest of the world. 1 year later, Xseed took the reins to release it in North America, while Europe got it from a company called 505 Game Street or 505 Games, an Italian publisher. In any case, guess what happened? Not a commercial success either. It received some positive feedback here and there, but something happened that turned most gamers off, and you're looking at it right now. The battle system had drastically changed to that resembling a tactical one. Still turn-based, not exactly considered a tactic RPG, but it was just so different now. Why did they have to change it, people asked. I love this battle system and loved it even more on the 5th game, but too bad I belonged back then to a minority. To make matters worse, the localization copies had some bugs. The game was known to freeze at certain areas, and few other errors composed the majority of its complaints. Needless to say, and obviously, this game also failed in the market. Since Japan was still having a blast with these games and commercial success had been decent enough, at least in there, the same publishers as before still went their separate ways to publish Wild Arms 5. It came out in 2006, but North America got it until 2007 and Europe until 2008. Just at the end of the PlayStation 2's lifespan. We all know what happens when JRPGs are released at the very end of a console's time. Yup, they don't really get much attention, do they? Despite all this, marketing was worked pretty well. The 10th anniversary celebration was all over the place and limited editions were selling out. There is one fact to consider surrounding this game. All previous Wild Arms were written and designed by Akifumi Kaneko. Wild Arms 5 was not. Of course, Kaneko was still involved in production, but perhaps only in that. The game didn't fail, of course, but some people just completely ignored it. In 2007, Wild Arms XF, or Crossfire as it is pronounced, was published in Japan by Sony. Once again in 2008 by Exceed in North America and by 505 Games in Europe. This time, however, they went full tactical. It was now officially marketed as a strategy RPG and the first one for a portable console. Was it a spin-off, a side story, a main title? Nobody knew. Marketing was okay, but it also failed to meet commercial success, this time with a very good reason in my opinion, since the game was way out of balance in terms of difficulty and just didn't have the same charm the other games did before. And why keep changing the battle system? And again, it wasn't made by Kaneko, and again, critics destroyed it. So what happened next? Nothing. Sony gave up for a long while, even though Kaneko and Mediavision were always rumored to be working on a new title. The PS3 era went by, the PS4 went by, and yep, no news about Wild Arms. Just rumors. However, in 2018, those rumors became true. This year, we will meet Wild Arms Million Memories for mobile phones. No console, not even portable, no. For a damn phone! We waited 10 years for a new Wild Arms, and this is what we get? On top of that, there's still nothing, no trailer, no images, nothing at all, except for a damn opening theme that no one gives a damn about. It looks like it might be a crossover, but we still don't know for sure. Wanna know what's worse? It's not made by Mediavision anymore, although still supervised by Kaneko himself. Yeah, supervised. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but there's actually no real objective information as to why the series died, so here's my opinion. First of all, the series never met true commercial success anywhere, and Sony regretted this, so they just stopped publishing as anything outside Japan after a while. It just wasn't worth the investment. And this will surprise you, but Mediavision was not only really busy making the Chaos Ring titles, but also they made Valkyrie Chronicles 3, which never came out of Japan, Valkyrie Revolution, which also failed by the way, and the newly released Shining Resonance Refrain, which was just Shining Resonance for the PS3, only in Japan. This among other games including Digimon titles. So they have been very busy indeed, completely ignoring the Wild Arms' gigantic cult-following fanbase. On purpose? I don't think so. Without Sony's support, they might have been all these years forced to stop creating Wild Arms. But why didn't they go to another publisher, like Exceed for example? In any case, the fact that we might get a new Wild Arms, hoping it would get released outside Japan, could be a small light of hope for all of us fans. Maybe Sony's trying their luck once again. Maybe they're saying, hey, if this succeeds, we might localize the game and then maybe, just maybe, release a new main title for consoles. Yeah, maybe. Wild Arms will be forever a cult classic series, a beloved franchise that has a very solid fanbase growing year after year. Regardless of getting a new game or not, we should at least go back to all the awesome titles we got and perhaps play them once again. But at least today, we finally learned what the hell happened to Wild Arms. For Wild Arms, guys, I hope we get soon a new Wild Arms for a console. Either for a TV console or a portable console, I don't care as long as it's not for a damn mobile phone. But anyways, if they release this in North America or in Europe or wherever, that's something. rather than nothing, right? So let us hope we get a new true Wild Arms game someday. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. Yeah, this is not an original copy. I fooled you, didn't I? Ha, it's another pirated copy. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Growlanser, it's one of my 3 favorite JRPG franchises of all time. So I'm sorry for those who were waiting for Breath of Fire or Valkyrie Profile or any other JRPG franchise, but I just couldn't keep waiting any longer. One of my 3 favorite ones, right? I think Growlanser is still nowadays a pretty underrated series. It needs more love, it needs to be out there more and have more presence in the JRPG world, because it's just awesome. Now, this fantastic series only released 6 games, and here I have Growlanser 2, Growlanser 3, the same game, Growlanser 4, and Growlanser 5. I don't have Growlanser 1 and 6 because, well, you know, I mean, it's just because they were never released outside Japan! It's impossible to talk about Growlanser without mentioning yet another series of games called Langrisser. These games are part of a franchise created by a company called Masaya Games, but developed by Team Career, which in 1996 became Careersoft. And these are the people responsible for creating the great franchise Growlanser. Now, Team Career developed the first Langrisser released for the Mega Drive in 1991 in Japan, also for the PC Engine, but in North America the name was changed to Warsong, released on the same year. The rest of the world didn't get this game. So, changing names, we all know that's a bad start, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Turns out that was the only Langrisser release outside Japan, but the series continued there for a while. 3 years later after they formed, Careersoft developed the first Growlanser for the PlayStation 1 in Japan in 1991. In 2001, it was also released for PC, but both versions were only released there, never in the outside world. It was supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Langrisser series, with different style of gameplay, now becoming a real-time strategy RPG game. Nobody knows if this spiritual successor stuff was Atlus's idea, since Careersoft was acquired by them in 2001, becoming a subsidiary. So now, completely alienated from the Langrisser franchise, which went to sleep for a long time, Careersoft focused on this new series. The first Growlanser was not exactly a success compared to other greatest hits back then in the PS1 era, and since it didn't come out of Japan, it was therefore completely ignored by the rest of the world. Either way, it had sold very well, so Atlus told Careersoft to continue on with a sequel. In 2001, Growlanser 2: The Sense of Justice came out for the PS2, only in Japan. Temporarily, of course. It was still a real-time strategy RPG, but now more focused on tactical maps, meaning you couldn't walk freely around anymore like you did in the first game. Again, it was well received, not that much, but enough to let Atlus know that people wanted a third game. Nevertheless, some fans complained about the aforementioned feature being removed, so when the third game came out, Growlanser went back to its roots. Once again in 2001, the Dual Darkness was released for the PS2, and once again, only in Japan. It was a prequel to the first 2 games, but this one, however, had been slightly more successful than its predecessor, so fans were happy, sales were rampaging, and Growlanser was finally accepted as a cool trilogy of strategy RPGs, mainly known and loved for 2 particular reasons. One being the original battle system and addicting gameplay mechanics, which I've already discussed in another video about the unique battle systems. The second reason being that all art and characters of these games were created by famous artist Satoshi Urushihara. He was also known as... yeah. Well, he also draws ecchi and hentai. Anyway, the good news was that Atlus was happy with the franchise, so it gave permission to Working Designs to localize the games to North America. In 2004, Growlanser Generations was released, including Growlanser 2 and 3. Yeah, why didn't we get the first one too? That is a question that's still nowadays open to discussion. Nobody really knows why the first one wasn't included. But what we do know is that Working Designs died after localizing Growlanser Generations. Now let's go back a little. On December 2003, Growlanser 4 Wayfarer of Time was released also for the PlayStation 2, only in Japan, again temporarily. It was successful when it first came out, and during the course of time it gained more and more attention, with fans claiming it was the best Growlanser to date, but for the time being, the game stayed in Japan. So all the rest of the world had was Growlanser Generations, and people have loved it back then, asking for more. Everyone was wondering what the hell had happened to the first one, so instead of answering that question, Atlus ignored fans and published Growlanser 5 Generations in 2006. But since Growlanser Generations already existed everywhere else, they changed the name to Heritage of War. 1 year later, released in North America. In 2008, Europe finally got this, the first Growlanser game ever to be released there. And guess what happened? It failed. Certain things like the battle system had been slightly changed, sure, but that didn't mean anything. It's my favorite Growlanser ever, and in my opinion, far superior to all the other ones. But too bad not a lot of people agreed with me back then. To make matters worse, there was no standard edition for North America, nope. The only release we got was a limited edition that was obviously more expensive than any other successful and mainstream RPGs back then. But in any case, even though the game had been great, decisions such as this made many gamers stay away from the franchise. Atlus was desperate. They really wanted the rest of the world to get into this awesome franchise. So what did they do? A remake of the first Growlanser for the PSP. Yeah! Only in Japan, yeah! Wait, what? In 2009, Atlus published this remake for the PSP. Only in Japan. Growlanser was fading away from the rest of the world, but Japan still had hope, right? So let's try it out first here and see what happens. Nothing happened, because now the entire fandom outside Japan wanted the game. But let's remember that publishers like Atlus are just a business, and if a series has a strong fanbase, that doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna make a lot of money, does it? So Japan was okay with this remake, but didn't actually give a damn because they were all playing Growlanser 6 Precarious World also for the PS2 since 2 years before! That's right. This game came out in 2007, exactly 1 year later after the worldwide failure of Growlanser 5. But we all know that some franchises in Japan are actually successful, while not being the same on the rest of the world. Nevertheless, yep, you guessed it right, this game was not localized outside Japan. What a disaster! What a mess! So what now? Was there any hope at all for this series outside Japan? Well, if Wayfarer of Time had been very successful there, why not release that one, but for the PSP on North America? Good idea. In 2011, Japan made Growlanser 4 over Reloaded, while 1 year later we simply got it with its original name, Wayfarer of Time, with no number to indicate us that this was the 4th one in the series and not the 6th one because we had previously gotten the 5th game. This remake, fortunately, was a commercial success. It is nowadays considered as one of the best strategy RPGs for the PSP and a personal favorite for many fans of the franchise and the genre. Me? I love it as well, of course. So Atlus and Careersoft, even though most of its members were now part of Atlus's main development team, finally saw real success outside Japan. So let's celebrate this by disbanding Careersoft and merging it into Sega Dream Corporation, which later became just Atlus. What a wonderful happy ending! So yeah, Growlanser died. I think through sarcasm I've made my point clear on what happened to the series, considering all the disastrous background it had, but in my opinion, the franchise stopped simply because it was never really that successful anywhere in the world, not even in Japan. And since Atlus had become by 2011 a major publishing company, especially for JRPGs, why give money to something like this? The members of Careersoft and some others from Atlus had already given birth to this masterpiece of a game, and then to another successful sequel. Both games later ported to the 3DS, directed by Shinjiro Takada, same director of the Langrisser and Growlanser series. So what was the point of continuing on with Growlanser? I understand the developer's point of view, and also Atlus's position on this, and I feel really bad at saying this, but after all the idiotic and messed up decisions they made with the first games, I probably would have done the same. The Growlanser games are nowadays considered mostly as hidden gems than mainstream classics, so this franchise obviously does not have a future anymore and has died for the best. I love it, don't take me wrong, I wish it could come back, but that's something that just won't happen. But hey, come back or not, at least today we learn what the hell happened to Growlanser. That's it, guys. That's what, in my opinion, happened to Growlanser. And I want to quote again, in my opinion, because there's just so little information out there on the internet about what really happened behind the scenes, behind the curtains of Growlanser's team career, which later became Careersoft. So we can only speculate as to why we never got the first Growlanser, as to why the sixth one was never released. But I think my point of view is pretty natural. I mean, it's only natural for people like me or people like us who play video games to reach conclusions of that sort, of that kind, because when a series dies, when a pretty underrated series, an unknown series dies, it's because it was never really mainstream to begin with. So it's really hard for a series that's not mainstream at all, that's unsuccessful, that's really unsuccessful, to continue on. But like I said, that's just a theory, that's just my opinion, and I'll be gladly to read yours. Thank you guys for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Breath of Fire. Finally, Breath of Fire's turn on the What the Hell Happened series that I've been doing for the past few weeks. Today we will finally learn what the hell happened to it. Breath of Fire is one of the most important RPG franchises, historically speaking, in my opinion, because it is just one of those franchises that were behind the other great franchises. Not necessarily influenced them, but it was just there, along with the history of so many other JRPG franchises. So I believe it's really important and it made history. So today we're finally going to learn what the hell happened to it. And no, guess what? I don't own any single Fire Emblem. Wait, Fire Emblem? Oh, I meant Breath of Fire. Yeah! I need to stop these stupid jokes. Capcom, one of the most famous video game companies in history, and the one behind the fabulous Breath of Fire franchise. At the early 90s, the RPG genre was becoming really successful in Japan, so Capcom wanted a piece of the action. They wanted to get into the genre even though they had never done it before, at least not in traditional style RPGs. In other words, this was entirely new for the company. So they asked Yoshinori Kawano to develop a turn-based RPG. He then came up with the first Breath of Fire in 1993 for the Super Nintendo. Now take a look at the cover, It says Squaresoft, doesn't it? Well, it turns out that Square was responsible for localizing the game to North America. This game didn't come out anywhere else. And yes, the cover looks nothing like the anime covers we are used to nowadays, but that was something common back then. Regardless of all that, this new RPG trying to compete with others of its time was a commercial success. It was very well received in Japan and North America, so Capcom thought it would be a good idea to keep doing this. They felt as if they had entered the territory of a new genre the right way. So the first Breath of Fire was good enough in sales for Capcom to produce a second game. Breath of Fire 2, also for the Super Nintendo, was released the following year in 1994 with yet another horrible cover. This time, Capcom published it both in Japan and North America, but it was localized by a company called Laguna in Europe almost 2 years later. This was the first Breath of Fire they have gotten, so obviously they wonder what the hell had happened to the first one. But despite all that, the game succeeded. Not as much as the first one had done, especially because of the mixed reviews it had outside Japan, but it was successful enough to let Capcom know that they were still in the RPG market. After all, Breath of Fire had already become a mainstream franchise, especially when they released the third game in the series, but now for a different console. Yes, the PlayStation. Capcom followed the same steps as many other companies that abandoned Nintendo at a time, like Squaresoft, switching to a much better platform for RPGs. So Breath of Fire 3 came out in 1997 in Japan and 1998 in North America. The same year, Infogrames published the game in Europe. So this new title was even more successful than the two previous games, especially in Europe, and even though this game had not been made by Kawano anymore, it still followed the same ideas as the previous entries. The traditional turn-based style, some innovation in its gameplays, and a much more solid story now. Breath of Fire had finally become a successful mainstream franchise, not as much as others though, but still enough to keep Capcom and its fans happy. Now, in Japan, these three games had been equally successful. There were even mangas out there and all sorts of promotional stuff, so with that in mind, there was no reason not to release worldwide Breath of Fire 4. It came out in the year 2000 and it was published everywhere by Capcom, even in Europe this time the following year. Again made by Capcom Development Studio 3, same as the previous title. This game was another major success. To date, it remains considered by many fans, including me, as the best Breath of Fire ever, and an absolute cult classic that earned respect and love from a lot of gamers out there. Capcom knew this. They noticed this. Their RPG franchise was a very successful series everywhere in the world. So what were they going to do now? Another Breath of Fire? Nah. How about some more mangas exclusive for Japan? Okay, what else? Let's port the first two games to the Game Boy Advance. Well, thankfully this did happen outside Japan, including Europe, where the first Breath of Fire had never been released before. So in 2001, the world met with a much better cover, the port of the first game. The following year, same thing happened with the second one. Although both releases in Europe have been published by Ubisoft, by the way, these ports were also very successful and gave the franchise more fame than what it already had, more mainstream, more money, more production for future entries in the series. So what now, Capcom? What comes next? A new Breath of Fire, right? Nah, let's do some spin-offs exclusively in Japan for mobile phones. Yeah, in 2003 they began releasing them. There was a card game, a fishing game, and two official spin-offs of Breath of Fire 4. All of this only in Japan. What did the rest of the world get in 2003? Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter for the PS2. Okay, we got a new Breath of Fire, thanks. But why did they remove the number 5 from the title? In Japan, it was still called Breath of Fire 5, right? Well, okay, it's a new Breath of Fire, so we're cool. Thanks, Capcom. Or not. Yep, the game was successful in Japan, but in the rest of the world, It was not. Mixed reviews everywhere you went back then. I even remember people heavily complaining about how this shouldn't have been called Breath of Fire. The game's good in my opinion, but hard as fuck. However, that wasn't the issue. The overly complicated battle system and unnecessarily annoying gameplay mechanics, also not being in a medieval setting anymore but instead in a dystopian science fiction idea, which I thought was pretty cool, turned many fans down. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. Capcom noticed that its fifth game had not been as successful as the others outside Japan, so they continued with their mobile phone bullshit in their own country. Now, since this franchise had been slightly more successful in Europe, Capcom decided it would be a good idea to port the third game to the PSP, only in Japan and Europe. This happened in 2005 and 2006 respectively. So screw you, America, you're not getting this, no way, not until 2016 in digital format. After this, the series vanished. Years went by and nothing happened. Year after year, everybody kept waiting for something new, but not even Japan was getting anything, not even them. So what the hell had happened? Where was Breath of Fire? In 2016, finally the series returned for mobile phones. The official Breath of Fire 6, yes, still considered part of the mainline series, was released only in Japan. No Europe, no America, no anywhere else. No, not even a Roman number anymore. Well, it was turned into an action RPG in which you could create and customize your own character, male or female, and take part in offline or online missions alike. And yes, it looks good, doesn't it? Not exactly as a pure Breath of Fire, but cool nonetheless, right? Well, guess what? This was an absolute and complete failure. It lasted for little more than a year until all services died. Capcom never explained anything about this mess, and to date, they sometimes ignore this game even existed. But hey, at least they told us in our faces, shamelessly and with absolutely no regret, that the series just doesn't sell and that there's too many RPGs out there, so why the hell should they continue with Breath of Fire? There's no point! They are convinced that Breath of Fire will not sell at all. So there goes our only hope on getting a new, decent Breath of Fire someday. It will not happen, all thanks to Capcom's idea of it being a series that failed. Today, Breath of Fire is one of the most important RPG franchises, historically speaking, that managed to capture a lot of people's hearts, leaving fans all around the world with a few great classics to remember. After the failure of the last two official mainline titles, Capcom just didn't want to lose money anymore, and I understand that, but coldly abandoning the series, ignoring that there is a huge fan base out there they could easily exploit, is just not cool. But that's Capcom for you, we already know that. So that's the story behind the franchise disappearance, and now we know what the hell happened to Breath of Fire. That's it, guys. That's just sad, isn't it? And what makes it most ironically is that Capcom usually says that they never let their franchises die. They just refused. I mean, Capcom is well known for keeping their franchises alive and making miraculous comebacks every now and then. So, is all hope lost for Breath of Fire? After what they've said about the franchise, it's really hard to believe, but maybe someday, maybe. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Valkyrie Profile, one of the most iconic and unique JRPG franchises in RPG history. It's one of my personal favorites, and I'm pretty sure it's a personal favorite to a lot of gamers out there who are wondering what the hell happened to it. Such a great, fantastic and popular franchise with so very few games just vanished. What the hell happened to it? So today we're going to find out what happened to it. In my opinion, of course, because unfortunately this franchise is very open to speculation. So I have all the Valkyrie Profile games here. Only 3. Wait, there's 4? Valkyrie Chronicles? What the hell are you doing here? To understand what the hell happened to Valkyrie Profile, we must understand Tri-Ace first, its development company. Most people know them for developing the Star Ocean series since 1996. Yoshiharu Gotanda is the man behind the wheel, being the president of Tri-Ace. The company's main designer was Masaki Norimoto. Now these two guys, along with Joe Asanuma, used to work for a company called Telenet Japan that used to develop games, including some RPGs for the Sega Genesis. Now Telenet had a division called Wolf Team, the people behind the Tales of series, now owned by Namco. So, the 3 aces, including Yoshiharu, hence the name Tri-Ace, worked on Wolf Team to create Tales of Phantasia, later leaving Namco to create their own company, making then the first Star Ocean for the Super Famicom, with very similar gameplay mechanics. Valkyrie Profile was released in 1999 in Japan and 2000 in North America, published by Enix, a few years before their fusion with Squaresoft. This game, however, was not released in Europe. It was a commercial success, and it was so very well received by both players and critics that it created a solid fan base, becoming a cult-following classic described by many as one of the best JRPGs of all time. With its platforming elements and its turn-based battles in 2D, Valkyrie Profile is nowadays highly regarded by many gamers. On a side note, a physical copy of this game goes nowadays for $200! Wow! And yet on another side note, one of the designers of this game was also Yoshinori Yamagishi, who had also worked on the Star Ocean games. Lenneth Valkyrie became so popular that she was a secret character in another game developed by Tri-Ace called Radiata Stories, an action RPG that was released in 2005. Lizard Ballet, another character from Valkyrie Profile, was a special boss in there too. So in 2006, Tri-Ace decided to port the game to the PSP, with Europe and Australia finally meeting it for the first time. It was also a commercial success, so the same year, Tri-Ace released a second Valkyrie Profile game called Silmeria for the PlayStation 2, now published by Square Enix. And here is where the problems began. I love this game with all my soul, and it's my favorite RPG for the PS2, but I have to admit that some things were now very different from the first game. For starters, the lead designer was now some dude called Takayuki Suguro, who later worked in some other Tri-Ace games. And the battle system was now in 3D environments where you could walk or dash towards your enemies, returning then to 2D when it came to attacking. Now the game's difficulty was brutal. Grinding needed to be done quite often in order to surpass certain bosses in the game, and it now had a very strange interface. But the tip of the iceberg was not all that. Nope. What pissed off a lot of fans, regardless of the game being also a commercial success back then, was the story. Lenneth was not the protagonist anymore. Instead, the game focused on Alicia, hosting the spirit of Lenneth's younger sister, Silmeria. At first, nobody knew if the games were connected or not, so the story was a huge mess of changes and plot twists, which I love by the way, but a lot of people did not love that at all, and Tri-Ace knew of this. Nevertheless, the game was successful and it left fans wondering if a third game will be about the elder sister called Hrist, who had been an antagonist in the other two games. This idea became later a desire, turning then into an obsession. But alas, this never happened. Tri-Ace, instead of developing a new main game in the series, decided to switch to Nintendo and release a spin-off in 2008 called Covenant of the Plume for the Nintendo DS. Fans were crushed. This game was awesome, yes, but this was not what they were expecting. This was not what we wanted. But nobody lost hope. After all, it was just a spin-off. Release for the Sony's competition. Yeah. Well, the game was now a tactical RPG, brutally hard, harder than Silmeria in my opinion, but with an excellent story and cast of characters that were even praised by critics. The plot twist here? Lenneth Valkyrie was the main antagonist. So, was this game connected to the others? Or was it a side story coincidentally with the main character from the first Valkyrie Profile now being an antagonist? No one knew for certain. The game itself was not as successful as its predecessors, and it remained as great, but a really challenging RPG to most people. We were still expecting a third main game from the franchise. Today, it's August 2018 and we still don't have one. All we know is that 2 years ago a mobile phone game called Valkyrie Anatomia, The Origin, came out. And guess where this was released? The game plays very much like the original Valkyrie Profile, and it looks really good by the way, but people have already begun saying it's very generic, regardless of the fact that it's supposed to be a prequel. And even though some of the company's people worked on it, like Yamagishi for example, this game was developed by Square Enix itself and not by Tri-Ace. But oh well, it seems that a lot of dead JRPG franchises in Japan have been attempting their luck on phones, while the rest of the world gets nothing! It's been 2 years and this game with over 1 million downloads has not been released outside Japan! Where is the third main game, Tri-Ace? Where? We know you've been busy with franchises like Star Ocean, or I don't know, games like Exist Archive, which is supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Valkyrie series, even though I get the feeling that they never said that and this is just a theory by fans. If you are aware of its extremely strong fan base and the possibility of making a lot of cash with it, why haven't you released anything for consoles? Oh, I see why. Yep, the millennial and money-loving rat hole that Square Enix has become. That pretty much explains everything. Or not? Tri-Ace, since 2016, now belongs to Nepro Japan, a company known for creating games for mobile phones. What a tragedy. So that's it, my dear subscribers. What happened to this excellent beloved franchise is only open to speculations. A lot of things must be involved, like other games getting in the way, Square shit decisions, drastic changes within each entry they released, especially story-wise, and innovation attempts that went not wrong but weird. This is just my opinion, remember that, but if we add all these things up, then maybe we get a solid theory as to why. Will it properly return one day? Will Anatomia ever be released outside Japan? We can only speculate, but at least today we have an idea as to what the hell happened to Valkyrie Profile. So that's it, guys. That's the depressing story of Valkyrie Profile. You know, when I made the previous What the Hell Happened videos with other franchises, I was looking forward to making them. But with Valkyrie Profile, I wasn't. I mean, I wanted to make this video, I wanted to show it to you and to share it with you, but I knew beforehand, since many years ago, what had happened to it. So, it's very sad. It's just sad, right? I mean, Tri-Ace owned by Nepro Japan? What the hell, man? That's bullshit, man. Fuck Tri-Ace, seriously. But anyways, They left us with 3 very iconic games, beloved games, cult classics, and excellent stories. That's something. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Hey guys, what's up? Shadow Hearts! Shadow Hearts! You have been requesting that series for a long time, and it is a franchise that I had been wanting to make since a long time ago, pretty much since I started these What the Hell Happened to videos. So Shadow Hearts is a very interesting series. Obviously, like many others, it doesn't exist anymore, and today we're gonna find out why. What the hell happened to Shadow Hearts? So let's begin. First, let's talk about Hiroki Kikuta, the guy who composed the music for the Secret of Mana games. He and some people working under Squaresoft left to form their own little company called Saknot in order to develop a very unique game called Kudelka, released for the PS1 in 1999. Famous company SNK was the publisher in Japan, but it was Infogrames who took the game to the rest of the world. You won't believe this, but back then, this game was kind of hyped up. Lots of promotion was made, including a 3-volume manga and a special edition. There was a lot of background of the development of this game, considering it was a mixture of survival horror and strategy RPG, that it made a lot of noise in Japan. However, that wasn't the case anywhere else. Infogrames just kind of published the game outside Japan and did almost zero marketing. To make matters worse, both players and critics gave mixed reviews about the game. Several problems with the battle system and the dark graphics led gamers to say that the game was just too slow, obscure, and boring. So it failed, and Kikuta resigned from his own company. Saknot, however, didn't give up. Kudelka had been more or less successful, at least in Japan, and the company wanted to continue with the series. Since they couldn't just call the next game as Kudelka 2, they named it Shadow Hearts. The game was released in 2001 by a Rus company in Japan, and for the rest of the world, SNK had gone bankruptcy, so they were out of the question. It was Midway. Yep, the same people we know for publishing Mortal Kombat, before they went bankruptcy too in 2010. In any case, Shadow Hearts was released for the PS2 and followed not directly the events of Kudelka, taking place 15 years later in 1913 during the pre-World War I initial conflicts in Europe. So very much like its predecessor, it mixed elements of dark fantasy with real history, but it was now slightly alienated from the survival horror genre, becoming a pure turn-based RPG with the famous Judgment Ring system, which is nowadays considered as one of the most unique and innovative battle systems in RPGs. This game was awesome, and it led the way to a cult-following fanbase many years later. But the sad news is that back in 2001, when it was released, it also received mixed criticism. The reviews weren't as harsh as the ones with Kudelka, so it literally had done better, at least. In 2004, Shadow Hearts Covenant was released, still developed by Saknot, but now under the name Nautilus to avoid further conflict with Hiroki Kikuta. It was a game published by Arus in Japan and Midway in North America and Europe. Covenant was a direct sequel to the first Shadow Hearts, and it did so well that it is now considered as one of the best JRPG sequels ever made, mainly because it was very well received by critics and players alike, becoming a commercial success. Now, without spoiling anything, the only negative aspect the players complained about was the relationship between the ending of the first game and the events of Covenant. So that led to a little discontent between the developers and the gamers, but nonetheless, The fact was that Covenant was even more awesome than the first two games and positively received. It still maintained that dark atmosphere, those gothic themes, some horror elements, etc. It was a great game. On a side note, 3 of its characters were invited to the crossover Chaos Wars, an excellent strategy RPG, infamous for its atrocious voice acting in English, and a pretty underrated game nowadays. Anyways, the next year, the world met Shadow Hearts from the New World. And here is where things got miserably screwed up. First of all, it was published until 2006 by Exceed Games and not by Midway in North America, even though in there it had been published once again by a Rus company. And in Europe it had been published by Ghostlight in 2007. So 3 different publishers for 3 different regions of the world. Second, the game's setting was not in Europe anymore. It was now in America in 1929. Nautilus has never explained if this was a sequel to Covenant, a third main part in the series, or simply a spin-off, considering how little connection it had with the other Shadow Hearts games. It does have several ties to them, but none that is mainly important plot-wise. Third, probably the worst of all, the game's atmosphere was now completely different than before. It felt as if it was an entirely different game, exempt of almost all dark and gothic tones the first games had. The main character was even more of a joke, mainly for comic relief purposes, and most of the cast was quite similar in a fashion. This is why many people preferred to believe that this was nothing but a spin-off. Regardless of that, the game had not been as well received as Covenant, but positively criticized nonetheless. In any case, everybody was still hoping for a true third main game in the series, which never happened. Nautilus disbanded in 2007. Most of its members went to be a part of Field Plus, a company that co-developed Lost Odyssey with Mistwalker, also working on other games like No More Heroes for the PS3. Now let us understand a little the company Midway. It's not to blame for the demise of the series, but even though the first 2 games, especially Covenant, had been well received, sales didn't reach high enough numbers for them to continue publishing the series. Quitting might have made a strong impact on the video game business market, considering the fame they had at least in North America. But the absolute truth is, Shadow Hearts was never successful to begin with. I seriously remember this franchise being extremely unknown and underrated back in 2007 after the third game had been released. Nowadays, it's pretty well known thanks to a strong fan base that it has acquired over the years, but it wasn't like this before. If we add the fact that every single game in the series, including Kudelka, even though being developed by the same company, have been made by different people every single time, and if we speculate on the internal conflict some of its key members probably had since the time Kikuta was in charge, our conclusion is to believe that all these problems contributed to the franchise's demise. Arus still has the rights to Shadow Hearts, but the development team doesn't exist anymore and its members are now scattered everywhere, so a new game seems almost impossible to hope for. Not even for mobile phones. Shadow Hearts will be forever remembered as one of the most iconic and beloved JRPG franchises out there, with a very solid fanbase and a legacy of dark fantasy elements and very innovative battle systems. We probably won't ever see a new game again of this series, but we will at least go back every once in a while to the fantastic trilogy Nautilus left us with. So today the topic is still open to speculation, but now we have a very solid theory on what the hell happened to Shadow Hearts. So Arus, however it is pronounced, they own the rights to Shadow Hearts. These are the guys who disbanded Nautilus. They just told them to fuck off. Or I don't know. But the thing is that, do you want to know what these people make nowadays? Arus, slot machines, pachinko machines. Yeah. These are the guys who own the Shadow Hearts rights. Well, that's it, guys. This is what, in my opinion, happened to Shadow Hearts. We learned today what the hell happened to the series, and I am very interested in knowing your opinion, your research, your investigation, your thoughts, anything related to this fantastic franchise. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Arc the Lad. Arc the Lad was a franchise of strategy RPGs that started back at the mid-90s. And I wouldn't say it's very historically important, but it's important nonetheless because it's history. History for us JRPG gamers who just love these kinds of games, who love these kinds of franchises that are now dead. Yeah, I say dead, quotation, because, well, you're about to find out. But in any case, let's just begin. Let's start talking about a franchise that initially, and for a short, long period of time, was released Arc the Lad started as a strategy RPG in 1995 for the PlayStation, developed by company G-Craft, which had been founded by producer Yoshiro Tsushida, a former employee of Masaya Games who left to create his own company. After developing Front Mission, his first tactical RPG, along with his team, he then produced the first Arc the Lad. The game was successful in Japan, reaching fast sales and satisfying the producers and the publishing company, Sony. It was a simple strategy RPG with an amazing soundtrack and a well-constructed story and well-developed characters. The only downfall it had, criticism that was later taken into consideration, was that the game was too short. You could easily beat it around 10 hours or so, and for a strategy RPG from the mid-90s, that was indeed too short. But in any case, the game succeeded, and it quickly spawned a sequel the following year, in 1996. This is where the series got mainstream success, but also where things started going shady. The first game had been developed by G-Craft, but now it was by Arc Entertainment. Were they the same people? Had they changed their name? No. It was a different company with some of the original staff involved. But the thing is, it was a different name. However, that didn't matter since the game was very successful, even more than its predecessor, being a direct sequel of it with longer gameplay, free movement around towns, and a more diverse cast of characters involving the ones, of course, from the first game. The success of this game spawned an anime with 26 episodes that was broadcasted in 1999, also a manga and a light novel. It even spawned 2 spin-offs, one called Monster Game with Casino Game, later to be known as Arc Arena Monster Tournament, in which you could carry over the monsters from Arc the Lad 2 and fight them in the arena. It's pretty fun if you're into the series, especially the first 2 games, but it's just a spin-off made to exploit the battle system. Now, the second spin-off was released for the WonderSwan Color in 2002 called Kijin Fukatsu, translated as Resurrection of the Machine God. It was developed by Bandai, by the way, not by G-Craft nor by Arc Entertainment anymore. Very similar to the second main game in the series, and also fun to play. But sadly, this game was never released outside Japan. Never. Now let's go back a little. Following the success of the second game and its hype all around the anime and its first spin-off, Sony then published Arc the Lad 3 in 1999. The story was now slightly alienated from the previous games, but still connected to them. You now played as two kids who want to be hunters. So it was a quest-driven game, very slow, drawn out, and with a battle system that was, well, still tactical in squares, but now you could move even more freely than before. It wasn't as successful as its predecessors, but it was still met with some positive feedback. It's a good game. After that, however, the franchise temporarily vanished. In 1997, Squaresoft bought G-Craft, pretty much along with its series creator. He then went to work on the battle system for Final Fantasy X. My question is, was this guy even involved in Arc the Lad 2 and 3? What happened to Arc Entertainment? They went to work on other games, that's what happened. So, was Arc the Lad dead? With so many fans in Japan, an anime, a manga, and 3 good games? 2002 again. The Wonder Swan game had recently been released and no one gave a damn. After years of begging Sony to let them localize the 3 games to North America, Working Designs finally got the rights that very same year for every single Arc the Lad title, with the exception of the Wonder Swan one. So we finally met Arc the Lad in this collection. It included the first 3 games and the Monster Tournament spin-off. They probably never thought that this big box with 5 discs was going to be, well, more expensive to make, therefore more expensive to the market. But hey, at least we had finally got it, all thanks to Working Designs, which went bankrupt 3 years later. Anyway, that didn't matter much since Sony of America had seen with its own eyes that the series had been very successful and response from gamers and critics was high. So Sony got themselves a new development team called Cattle Call the next year, in 2003, to revive the series and make a 4th game, Twilight of the Spirits. It was the very first time Europe will actually meet an Arc the Lad game. It wasn't exactly a success at first, average reviews were there, major complaints about the gameplay and battle system being now very different happened, but over time, other people stood up for it, like me, defending the story, the music, and yes, the battle system. To date, it is considered by many as a very good, underrated game, probably one of the best in the series. On a side, personal note, I thought the story was awesome because it focused on the hatred between humans and demons, which pretty much compares to racial hatred in reality. Okay, so the game had been slightly successful, but it just wasn't enough. Sony knew they needed something new, something fresh. They couldn't just let this awesome franchise die just yet. So in 2004, Japan met the worst Arc the Lad ever made and one of the worst JRPGs for the PS2. End of Darkness. But nah, Sony of America wanted no part of this anymore, so they withdrew. Sony in Japan published it there, but it was Namco who sacrificed itself to bring it to North America in 2005. Europe didn't see a release. It was now an action role-playing game, still connected to all its predecessors, but in a very ambiguous way. The real objective, however, was to make it as an online game, since it was a thing back then, around 15 years ago. Many franchises had succeeded, so why not try with Arc the Lad? It was going to be awesome, right? And people were going to love it, right? Yeah, let's do it! It will succeed. Yeah, it didn't. So here's my theory on what the hell happened to Arc the Lad. First of all, End of Darkness was obviously very unsuccessful. So unsuccessful, the servers died within a year. Second, even though I love Twilight of the Spirits, It disappointed a lot of people back then when it first came out. New developers, different publishers getting involved, changing names, trying to reboot the series. This franchise is a damn mess! And it's so hard to find something consistent on the internet about all the small details that contributed to its demise. Wait a minute. Demise? No, not yet, it seems. Not yet. In 2016, Sony announced Arc the Lab R for motherfucking mobile phones. It is supposed to be released this year by Forward Works, and yes, there's a trailer that shows graphics, characters, music, gameplay, and everything you need to know about the new Arc the Lab. The series' original creator is involved, by the way, so it might stay true to the first games. But the thing here is, we all know what's gonna happen. We saw what happened with Valkyrie Profile and Breath of Fire. They went to mobile phones only in Japan! So, will we get this? Probably not. Wanna know why? Well, because Arc the Lab was never a truly successful series outside Japan to begin with. You know, people actually loved Arc the Lab collection outside Japan. Yes, but it was released very late for the PS1 when the PS2 was already dominating the gaming industry all around the world. I mean, how many people, without resorting to piracy or emulators throughout the years, managed to get their hands on this collection? I know for a fact that many people outside Japan played Twilight of the Spirits, but most people didn't even know where it had come from. End of Darkness was a failure, so the franchise was obviously going to die. There wasn't any salvation at all to begin with. But anyways, this franchise left a big amount of fans still craving for a new game, for a decent return, mobile or not, and it will definitely be remembered as one of all-time classic strategy RPG series. But this is only my opinion, remember, my theory as to why everything failed, my thoughts on what the hell happened to Arc the Lab. That's it, guys. That's what in my opinion happened to Arc the Lab. Don't forget, like always, to share your opinion on this video, to share your own theory, to share your own investigation, your own research, everything regarding this fantastic franchise that is now, okay, not dead, but maybe dead for the rest of the world. We're just gonna have to find out someday. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Golden Sun! Yeah, Golden Sun, one of the most important JRPG franchises from Nintendo! So today we're about to find out what the hell happened to it. How come one of the most important franchises from that company faded into obscurity, despite all the success it had back at the beginning of this century? So, what the hell? What happened? It's been 8 years since the last Golden Sun. 8 years and we know nothing about it. So is it over? Will it come back? Today, we're about to find out what the hell happened to Golden Sun. And guess what? I have good news for you. You ready? Are you ready? No, only in Japan bullshit! Yeah, that's a good start, right? So let's begin. Nintendo. The world's most famous company in the video game industry. The one also responsible for publishing the Golden Sun franchise. Our story begins at the early 90s when a designer from Enix decided to leave the company to form his own, called Sega City 4, obviously a division of Sega. So along with his brother, Hiroyuki Takahashi then changed the name of his own company to Sonic Software Planning in order to develop the game Shining in the Darkness for the Genesis in 1991. They would later then produce the next year the popular all-time classic Shining Force for the same console. Since that game had been a success, the team planned a sequel as well. Many other games of this historical franchise were released throughout the 90s, but that's a story for another time. The thing is that Nintendo noticed this franchise and therefore this development team. In 1995, the Takahashi brothers, now popular for the Shining Force franchise, changed the name again of their own company to Camelot Software Planning. It was around that time when Nintendo approached them to offer a much better deal than Sega. So in 1998, the team abandoned Sega and officially joined Nintendo. You know, it's interesting to know that Nintendo wanted them on their side after Camelot had developed Beyond the Beyond for the PlayStation, meaning they also worked for Sony for a time, and considering that game was a huge failure. Nevertheless, Nintendo wanted them to make Mario games. No surprise, right? But not just your platforming adventure Mario games, no. Nintendo wanted the team to develop Mario Golf and Mario Tennis, which will be released in 1999 and 2000 respectively. The brothers worked more specifically in the Game Boy Color version of Mario Golf, which included some RPG elements on it. This proved Nintendo that Camelot had enough potential to create a popular RPG franchise of their own, to be able to compete with Sony and its gigantic library of excellent RPGs. The result was Golden Sun. It was released for the Game Boy Advance in August 1, 2001, 3 months later in North America and the next year in Europe. It was a huge success. The game retained elements from classic turn-based JRPGs from the 90s, a charming story about friendship, and a plot that was not too adult-oriented nor child-oriented either, so it was the perfect RPG for everybody. The game consisted on a pair of childhood friends living in a peaceful village that soon are forced to start an adventure thanks to an ominous disaster. It involved strong topics of magic, alchemy, friendship, and monster collecting. The original idea was to make a really long game in which you could choose between playing as the good guys or the bad guys. This was planned to be released on the Nintendo 64, but since that console's lifespan was nearing its end and the GameCube was almost already out, Nintendo wouldn't take any risks and told them to publish it instead for the Game Boy Advance. The problem, however, was that the game wouldn't fit in one cartridge, so they decided to split the game into 2 parts. Golden Sun, playing as the protagonists, and The Lost Age, playing with the antagonists. This one came out in 2002, but North America and Europe wouldn't get it until almost 1 year later, in 2003. Just like its predecessor, The Lost Age was also a huge success. It had almost the exact same gameplay and story, for reasons already explained, but now focusing on Felix instead of Isaac, who had been the main character in the first game. In my personal opinion, I like The Lost Age more than the original, simply because I always felt the original to be a little slow at the beginning. Surprisingly though, The Lost Age, even with its huge success, did not meet the sales expectations Nintendo had from the first one. Golden Sun had sold over 1 million units in Japan and the US. The Lost Age, however, only sold 680,000 when it came out. Now, you might think this is not that relevant, and it usually isn't when it comes to other companies like Sony and Sega, but when it comes to Nintendo, oh boy, it's a pretty different thing. If a game does not meet their expectations, it's over. There's no point in continuing on with it. So apparently, that was it. No more Golden Sun. Years went by, and Camelot started developing more Mario Golf games and more Mario Tennis, all for the Game Boy Advance. Miraculously, though, they were finally allowed to work on a 3rd installment in the series. So in 2009, they announced the game on E3, and the following year, the world met Golden Sun Dark Dawn for the Nintendo DS. The long-awaited 3rd part in the series was very well received at first. Even though the story now took place 30 years after the events of the first 2 games, playing now as the original protagonist's descendants. The transition to 3D was a major attraction of the game. However, time went on and the complaints began. The game was too easy, the features were outdated, the story was full of fillers, blah blah blah. Critics and gamers were eventually disappointed. This was not what they have been expecting since 2003 and the Lost Age's success. To make matters worse, sales were nowhere near as good as they had been on the previous installments. So for Nintendo, that was the last straw. In 2010, Shugo Takahashi himself, in an interview, said that he was burned out after the release of The Lost Age, claiming that the development time required to make both Golden Sun games was very long, longer than what it usually should be for a Nintendo handheld system. Camelot needed to cool off and work on other simple stuff for a while before finally working on the real event yet to come, literally saying that the first two games had only been the prologues. So imagine how they felt after the failure of Dark Dawn, their alleged masterpiece. In 2012, Hiroyuki Takahashi said the following in an interview. "A big reason for us making RPGs comes from the requests from all the people who have enjoyed our RPGs in the past. Perhaps if there are enough Nintendo users asking for another game in the Golden Sun series, then this will naturally lead to the development of such a game." It's 2018 and nope, nothing in sight, no new Golden Sun. Will it come back one day? If we're talking about Nintendo here, it's really hard to believe. In conclusion, Dark Dawn and its low sales were pretty much responsible for the franchise's demise. If we also consider the long time it took the team to release it, the monetary politics of Nintendo, in other words capitalism, and apparently, according to Takahashi, the lack of response from fans, also contributed to the series' death. Golden Sun will always be remembered as one of the best RPG franchises from Nintendo, one of the most beloved by fans and praised by critics. Eve left us with an amazing duology that is currently considered as an all-time classic, and a third game that wasn't really that bad in my opinion. But Nintendo has Mario, has Zelda, Fire Emblem, many franchises that are extremely successful and literally multi-millionaire. For an RPG series to be up to those standards, it will have to be as extremely successful as them. Not the case with Isaac and his friends. We may never see a new Golden Sun one day, but we will never forget one of the best JRPG trilogies of all time. That's it, guys. That's it. I don't want to be pessimistic or negative, but if we're talking about Nintendo here, we're probably never going to see a new Golden Sun. Such a shame. Anyways, who knows, right? If they did miraculously come back for Golden Sun 3, even though it was a failure, I don't know. Maybe someday we'll get a new Golden Sun, a good one, a decent one, that can live up to the names of the first two Golden Suns for the Game Boy Advance. So that's it for this episode of my What the Hell video series. Thanks for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Parasite Eve. That's one hell of a franchise, right? So, welcome to another episode of my What the Hell Happened to videos, and today is Parasite Eve's turn, a franchise that we probably will never forget because it mixed survival horror with RPG. I mean, how awesome can that be, right? And they did it right. That's the importance of Parasite Eve, and that's why it's so historically important in the history of gaming. So today, we're about to find out what the hell happened to it. And well, I don't have any Parasite Eve games with me, physical copies I mean, because, you know, I am not exactly a survival horror collector. I don't collect those games. I mean, why would I do that? I'm more of an RPG guy, right? So Nothing to see, guys, here. Nothing to see. So let's begin. Parasite Eve is a book in Japan of science fiction horror written in 1995 by author Hideaki Sena. It was the first novel he ever wrote and actually won an award with it. Sena is not his real name though. That's just a pen name, just like mine actually. His real name is Suzuki. The book tells the story of how mitochondria were originally separate organisms and therefore they were able to create an intelligent life form called Eve. This organism can control people's minds and it starts a quest to ensure its lineage. The story was so interesting and appealing that the book created a solid fanbase in Japan during the first years. In 1997, a motion picture based on it was released, also meeting a successful reception. So the little franchise had now even more fans in Japan. One of those fans was Hironobu Sakaguchi, a video game developer and producer mostly known for creating the Final Fantasy franchise. Sakaguchi contacted the publisher of the book, Kadokawa, to propose the idea of turning the book into a video game. Kadokawa, of course, needed permission from the author to give his consent. He agreed, so Sakaguchi proposed the idea to Squaresoft and development of the game began. Nevertheless, the idea was to create a sequel to the book that could take the player in control of a heroine whose mission will be to stop Eve. So Sakaguchi came up with a sexy blondie called Aya Brie. After the initial sketches for the protagonist of the game didn't quite satisfy him. Fortunately, back then, Sakaguchi was creating another character for an unspecified project, so he merged his idea with this mysterious character, giving life then to Aya Brie. She was drawn and designed by famous artist Tetsuya Nomura, who had previously worked in some of the Final Fantasy games. Along with director and writer Takashi Tokita, famous for his work on Final Fantasy IV and Chrono Trigger, Squaresoft finally developed Parasite Eve, and it was released in 1998. It was an action RPG mixing elements of survival horror to maintain all characteristics possible from the book. Hideaki Sena actually loved the game. Several months later, the game was released in North America, specifically in the US, where most of the production of the game had been. It was a huge success. Players assumed control of Aya in what seemed to be a turn-based RPG with real-time involved, using the Squaresoft's famous attack waiting bar. It also played similar to a Resident Evil title, so it was the first time Squaresoft had released a game under the mature rating and they were unsure of its future, but seeing how successful it had been, they immediately got plans for a sequel that very same year. By the end of 1999, Squaresoft released Parasite Eve 2, but Europe and North America wouldn't get it until 1 year later in 2000. Considering Europe hadn't gotten the first game, confusion obviously began, even though the game was still well received there. Hironobu Sakaguchi wasn't involved this time, and Nomura was about to be left out as well, if not for the new artist quitting halfway through. So Nomura stayed, as did most of the original developers. But another key figure, Takashi Tokita, was also gone. The game was now written and directed by Kenichi Iwao, who had been the writer of the first Resident Evil. So now the game was more survival horror than action RPG. But it still maintained several original mechanics from the first Parasite Eve. However, things felt slower, with less originality than before, and difficulty spikes that fans did not like. Although it received mostly positive reviews, its success hadn't been as big as the first game. But in any case, no more sequels had been planned, and this was to be the second and final Parasite Eve game, with a conclusive story at the end. What Squaresoft didn't contemplate was that both games, especially the first one, will start building an extremely strong fanbase over the years. Mangas based on the first game had been published for some time, so the success of the franchise was growing all the bigger. But alas, Squaresoft had already closed the curtains for this story. There was just no more to tell. But there was someone out there who did listen to the fans, who was more of a fan than a designer of Aya Brie, and that was Tetsuya Nomura. Over the years, he had grown relentless over this particular topic, but Square, now fused with Enix, will choose not support him. It wasn't until 10 years later, when he finally got a crew together, that the company agreed to create a new game for Aya Brie. Not exactly a new Parasite Eve, no, a spin-off of the series with Aya as the protagonist. His obsession with her spawned an idea for mobile phones, but since Square Enix was well aware of the success of the franchise and the name itself, they told the new team to develop the game for the PSP. So by the end of 2010, the third birthday was released. Notice how the name Parasite Eve isn't there? Well, that's because it was supposed to be an Aya Brie game, not a Parasite Eve one. And that was only the tip of the iceberg. The game was far from being an action RPG. It was now a third-person shooter. There were monsters, mutations, blood and gore, yes, but it also didn't feel like a survival horror game anymore. What in the holy mother of fuck was this? A spin-off, remember that? Fans were confused, critics were angry, and sales had only been great for a while. Eventually, people began trashing the game with strong criticism, particularly against Aya's portrayal, now being more sexualized than before. So the game failed, and there went with it all possibilities of a true Parasite Eve 3. In conclusion, Parasite Eve might or might not return one day. The fanbase, very strong indeed, is still out there, but after the failure of the third game 7 years ago, everyone lost hope. But the thing here is that Parasite Eve 3 was never supposed to be, and it still isn't. I'm sorry for the spoilers, but the story ended in the second game, and it was all wrapped up. So how in the hell this stupid ass company is going to come up with a fourth title in the series? On top of that, the third birthday was not really a Parasite Eve title. It was just a spin-off with a now amnesiac Aya Brie fighting in the near future. I am very sorry to say this, but I'm glad this series is gone. I really wouldn't like to see this jackass and Square shit come up with a new Parasite Eve game. Not in this generation. Please, no. But that's just my opinion, of course. And there will always be people who do want a new Parasite Eve game no matter what. In any case, Parasite Eve left living proof in the history of gaming on how two completely different genres can merge and create a masterpiece. The second game might not be as good as the first one, but it is still great nonetheless. And if we play the third one with an open mind, forgetting about the first two games, it's actually pretty decent as well. So this franchise will always be remembered as a true classic of all time. It may not come back, but agreeing or disagreeing, at least today we learn what the hell happened to Parasite Eve. There are many theories out there on what exactly happened to it, but to me it's pretty clear. I mean, it's still only my opinion, it's subjective. You can come and share your own thoughts, your own opinion on the matter, or if you know something that I don't, please feel free to share in the comment section below. I always appreciate when somebody comes up to my channel, to these videos, and tells some little piece of information that I missed or that I didn't know, so other people can know about them. So going back, it's still my opinion, but to me it's pretty clear what happened to Parasite Eve. There was never supposed to be a third game, they only planned 2 games and that was it. Why make a third one if their story ended? It would have been obviously a spin-off, and that's exactly what happened. Did this spin-off work? No, it did not. So that's it guys, that's it for today's episode of What the Hell Happened To, and thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, share your opinion, share your own little pieces of information and investigation below. I'll read it and we can discuss it as usual. See you next time! Hey guys! Today we're going to talk about the Lunar series, one of the most beloved and memorable JRPG franchises of all time. And God, what a mess this turned out to be. What happened to Lunar is a complete disaster. Hey, did you know that Lunar means mole in Spanish? Yeah, it's pronounced Lunar. All of those things, all those little spots we've got on our skin, yeah. What a great piece of information, right? Oh, screw this, let's begin. Game Arts. That's the name everybody thinks of when we speak of franchises like Grandia, I already made a video about that one, and Lunar. What happened to Grandia is somehow linked to what happened to Lunar, but with this franchise there's a whole lot more most people don't know. It wasn't developed only by Game Arts, nope. It was conceived and created by Kazunari Tomi, a former employee of now popular company Nihon Falcom. After leaving this company, he founded Studio Alex. Is the name familiar? It's the same name that the protagonist of the first Lunar game has. However, the studio was just too small and it needed help to create their own game, so they associated with Game Arts, and one of its founders, Takeshi Miyagi, helped design the series. The first game was released in 1992 for the Mega CD, although this particular add-on console was known in North America as the Sega CD. So 1 year and a half later, on December 1993, the success of Lunar the Silver Star reached North America, also for the Sega CD. Okay, not for the Genesis or the SNES, nope, Sega CD, man! The game told the story of Alex, a young boy who wants to become a hero. A certain incident in the game leads Alex and his friends to help him become this hero and save the world. It was a commercial success. So successful that it immediately became a cult classic, forcing the publishing company, also Game Arts, to rethink the game and contemplate a brighter future. This is the reason why the Silver Star was ported and remade for many different consoles, but we'll get to that in a while. Since this first title had been essentially successful, both companies developed and released a sequel called Eternal Blue, also for the Sega CD, on December 1994. Almost 1 year later, Working Designs, who had also localized the first game to North America, brought it here as well. This was the game that truly exploited the Sega CD's hardware, and it now had a longer story and larger gameplay. It takes place 1,000 years after the Silver Star, and it's now focused on Hero, a young explorer who one day meets Lufia to then travel together to stop an evil force. Despite being overly successful as well in both regions of the world, this one didn't sell as many copies as the first one had done. In my opinion, this always happens, not only in video games but in almost any story-driven form of art. The sequel is almost never as successful as the first one. But the important thing here is that Eternal Blue had been highly acclaimed, giving also Working Designs a boom in their careers to keep localizing games to the West. The third game in the series was now a spin-off. It was called Lunar Sanposuru Gakuen, translated as Lunar Walking School. This was released in January 1996 for the Game Gear, only in Japan. You now played as a girl called Ellie, taking hundreds of years before the first Lunar. So okay, this was a prequel, and it looked nothing like a Lunar game, especially in the battle system. It was a simple RPG with barely anything to stand out, which was fan-translated in 2009 to English. So the teams decided to port it to another console, later thinking the whole game could be remade into a much better experience. It was then released for the Sega Saturn in 1997, and wow, that's what I call a remake. It looks very different from the original one, now being called Magic School Lunar. Awesome! But guess what? This version was also not released outside Japan. And this is where everything started going downhill. But first let's talk about ports and remakes, where the real worldwide success began. In 1996, Game Arts ported the Silver Star to the Sega Saturn as well. This was before Magic School Lunar. It was an enhanced remake, then it went to some variations for a newer version in 1997, also for the Sega Saturn. Neither version made it outside Japan, of course, until Game Arts ported them to the PlayStation. And that's where Working Designs, once again, saved the day, localizing not only this remake, but also the one for Eternal Blue, which had gone through pretty much the same situations. This was in 1999, and both remakes were never released in Europe. Now, Eternal Blue's fate went to a halt there and stayed as an all-time classic RPG. But the Silver Star's fortune was way bigger than that. It was once again remade for the Game Boy Advance in 2001. Game Arts had nothing to do with this. It was made by Media Rings Corporation and published and translated in North America by Ubisoft. And yet another remake of this game occurred in 2010, this time worldwide for the PSP, called Silver Star Harmony, with Game Arts behind it as well as publishing it on Europe and Australia, thankfully, and now published by Exceed Games in North America. Then it was remade for EOS in 2012. Wow, the success of this game, huh? Let's go back to the main topic of this video. Let's find out what the hell happened to something so extremely successful as Lunar. Well, we first have to talk about, once again, Takeshi Miyagi, resting in peace since 2011 by the way. He was the co-founder of Game Arts, but left the company in 2000 to create his own. Since he had been one of the lead designers of the Lunar series, this obviously hurt Studio Alex deeply. But nonetheless, they continued on for a while until finally breaking the bonds with Game Arts and suing them for the rights of the Silver Star and its never-ending remakes. You see, their names was literally removed from all marketing over the Sega Saturn and PlayStation releases, so in 2003 they filed the lawsuit. Only to lose miserably when Game Arts counterattacked and sued them as well for damages in regard to issues over the Magic School Lunar animations. So Studio Alex lost, and not only that, they went bankrupt. But they knew, deep inside, that Game Arts could never develop a new Lunar game without them and Takeshi's help. But several companies wouldn't allow this to happen. They wouldn't let the Lunar series die just yet. So they all decided to trust Japan Art Media, a team that had previously worked on the Silver Star remakes for the PS1 and the Game Boy Advance, with the fate of the series, only to ruin it completely. Lunar Genesis, known in North America as Dragon Song, was released in 2005 for the Nintendo DS, with Ubisoft being in charge of publishing it in North America. This game was an absolute failure. It is considered by many people, including me, as one of the worst RPGs of all time. This game not only insulted the Lunar franchise, but it also killed it. It takes place 1000 years before the Silver Star, making it as the absolute prequel. It kinda looked like a Lunar game, but it played nothing like it. It also included elements that pretty much destroyed the experience, like losing health while running, and being unable to target specific enemies in combat. I mean, what the heck did they expect? Studio Alex was gone, Game Arts was gone, Japan Art Media only had experience with remakes. Did they really think they would be able to simply pull it off and be successful? Alas, this marked the end of the Lunar series. A franchise that will be forever remembered as a pioneer in the RPG genre, highly influential in the history of gaming, and with two classic titles that are notoriously treasured, with physical copies being frequently sought after. So thank you Game Arts and Studio Alex for giving us two great pieces of history here, And even though we may not understand or even care what happened to Japan art media and everyone else involved in this giant failure, at least today we learned what the hell happened to Lunar. So that's it, guys. That's what happened to Lunar. Sometimes it's not only one game that ruined the entire franchise. You know, as you saw, there's a lot of background we need to take into consideration on when judging what the hell happened to Lunar. And well, I didn't include certain little pieces of information. I didn't talk about one thing called all the hyper applications, all the Lunar hyper applications, which was something that was released for Windows 95 and 98. And it includes certain Windows applications, wallpapers, artwork and all that jazz, and a minigame, card-based minigame on the first two Lunar games. I thought it was irrelevant and it was only released outside Japan. But anyways, this is the kind of information that I want you guys to talk about. Anything that I missed, anything that I may have missed, and etc. Please help me with that and continue to grow as a community for this awesome channel that is here thanks to all of you guys. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Today we're about to take a look at one of the most legendary JRPG franchises in history, one of the beginners, the pioneers of strategy RPGs, and that is Shining Force, a franchise that belongs to the Shining series. And just to clarify, I'm going to focus on the titles called Force, not every single Shining title, because there's like 30 of them, so I only want to focus on Shining Force, because after all, it's the most famous, it's the pioneer one, and it's the legendary one. So Shining Force, let's find out what the hell happened to it. The story of Shining Force is directly linked with the story of Golden Sun, since both franchises were created and developed by the same people, the Takahashi brothers, who created Shining in the Darkness together, a first-person dungeon crawler for the Sega Genesis in 1991, under the name Sonic Software Planning. For more background on this, I suggest checking out the Golden Sun video I made a while ago, which I'll leave in the description. Basically, what happened to Golden Sun has a lot to do with what happened to Shining Force, but with this franchise in particular, there's a lot of other things involved. In 1992, the brothers and Sega, with the help of Climax Entertainment, a company that would later develop Landstalker also for the Genesis, released the all-time classic strategy RPG, Shining Force. Subtitled as Legacy of the Great Intention, the game was very well received around the world, being released in Europe and America in 1993. It was allegedly a prequel to the brothers' first game in Shining in the Darkness, but it quickly stood on its own to create an entire series out of it, considering the gameplay mechanics were vastly different, now being a tactical RPG, one of the first of its kind that would later influence many other strategy titles in Japan. Despite having several translation errors, including the background of the protagonist Max, the localized version of the game was a hit and opened up the road for the brothers to continue developing video games for Sega. But even before the game had been localized outside Japan, the brothers had already worked for a new game in the series, now for Sega's portable console, the Game Gear. It was called Shining Force Gaiden. Unlike their previous two titles, this one had been developed only by them and without Climax Entertainment. Sadly, this version didn't come out to the West until a couple of years after, but we'll get to that later. Very much ironically, the sequel to Gaiden was localized to North America, changing the name to The Sword of Haja, also for the Game Gear. Since the first Gaiden was a direct sequel to the first Shining Force, but now playing mainly with the sons of the characters there 20 years after its events, The Sword of Haja takes place 2 months after Gaiden. It was released in Japan in 1993 and the following year in North America. The game was not that successful, especially since its prequel had not been released outside Japan, but it did gain some attention considering the franchise's explosion on title after title during the early 90s. Those 2 years then, 1993 and 4, also served to witness the mighty Shining Force 2, also released for the Genesis. This title, however classic, received mixed reviews at first, now telling an entirely different story than all the previous titles with no apparent connection to any of them for a while. According to Hiroyuki Takahashi, the team had felt the enormous pressure of the first Shining Force's success, so both Sega and players around the world had big expectations. As a result, most of the team dropped out and new people were hired for the production of this game. Nevertheless, it somewhat succeeded for having a longer gameplay and improved mechanics. So Shining Force 2, The Ancient Seal, might have been heavily criticized at first, but it is nowadays considered as classic as the first one. That same year, in 1994, the company was already remaking both Gaiden titles for a Sega CD version that will be called Shining Force CD. Europe and North America got it 1 year later, as usual. This version contained the remakes, with the first Gaiden being officially translated to English for the first time. They also included 2 additional scenarios for both games exclusive to the Sega CD version. Once again, however, mixed reviews got in the way of its success, and also considering the fact that it had been released for an accessory for the Sega Genesis and not for a main console. An accessory that we all know very well failed into the market. Nevertheless, just having the opportunity to play Shining Force Gaiden in English in an improved version from before was worth the shot. One more time, before this version hit the market in the West, Japan had already met in 1995 yet another Shining Force for the Game Gear, being the third Gaiden title of the trilogy, now called Final Conflict. It connected the first 2 Shining Force games, even though they were previously unrelated story-wise. The controversy was that despite being called Gaiden as well, it had nothing to do with the other 2 Gaiden titles. So, okay, not a trilogy. The game focused on a sequel to the adventures of Max, the main protagonist of the first Shining Force, but mainly on Ian, who now leads the party. The game, however important in story terms with both main titles in the series, was not successful and never released outside Japan. However, at this point, it's very clear that the brothers and their team were on a roll, with Sega releasing game after game, sometimes 2 during the same year, despite the low rating sales of some of the titles in the series. The Final Conflict had been released in 1995, but by then, the team had already moved on to the Sega Saturn to develop 2 more titles in the Shining series, but now being action RPGs, one being called Shining Wisdom, taking place a few years after Shining Force 2, but in a different continent. Shining the Holy Ark, however, was an alleged prequel to Shining Force 3, also released for the Sega Saturn at the end of 1996. This one had gone back to the roots of Shining in the Darkness, played in first person again, and although these 2 titles share different names, still being historically connected to the others, they felt like spin-offs more than anything else. Exactly 1 year later after the release of Shining the Holy Ark, the awaited Shining Force 3 was finally released on the Saturn. By this point, the brothers had changed the name of their company to Camelot Software Planning, dropping the name of Sonic. This game was released on 3 parts, meaning 3 different physical copies, each for one scenario. A controversial fact, unfortunately, occurred during this era. Only the first scenario was released outside Japan back in 1998, simply being called Shining Force 3. And this was where the major problems for the series started. Things began falling apart. A major project such as this, with 3 different stories connected all together, becoming its own trilogy, was not localized. Only the first one, leaving us with less than half of the game outside Japan. Camelot Software Planning would later depart from Sega to form a contract with Nintendo to develop the Mario Golf and tennis games and the Golden Sun series. This was therefore the very last Shining game the brothers worked on, leaving the rights of the series to Sega, who wouldn't give up that easily, and apparently it never did. But the future of the name Force in the Shining titles started looking grim after the departure of its original creators. Five years elapsed and no Shining games were developed or released until 2002 with a reboot of the series called Shining Soul for the Game Boy Advance. That's right, a Nintendo console. It might have been highly controversial had it been released a couple of years before, but let's not forget that Sega went bankrupt around that time, selling most of its licenses to many other companies. However, even though Nintendo was working with Camelot and the Takahashi brothers, being very busy with the development of Golden Sun, Sega wanted nothing to do with them, and therefore Shining Soul was developed by Nextech. The game was published by Sega in Japan, by Atlus in North America, and by Infogrames in Europe. The following year, in 2003, Shining Soul 2 came out, and since then, the Shining series became a whore, jumping from one developer to another. In 2004, the first Shining Force game was remade for the Game Boy Advance with a revised story, new battles, and new characters. It was a commercial success, and it revived the love people had for the Force series. That same year, yet another Shining game was released, now for the PS2, called Shining Tears, still a part of the Force universe, also developed by Nextech. But the next one, in 2005, Neverland developed Shining Force Neo for the PS2. So finally, after 7 long years, another new Force title had been released. But like some of the previous titles of the Shining series, not developed by Camelot anymore, it was an action RPG, with mixed reviews, very mediocre story and gameplay, but still as challenging as most of its predecessors. Apparently, it was some sort of adaptation from the original Shining Force, with the protagonist even having the same name, Max, but far from being anything like it. Overall, it was an okay game, but nothing remarkable. Nevertheless, it was a commercial failure, only released in Japan and North America. The same year, the Shining series tried their luck with mobile phones on the release of Shining Road to the Force. The same thing happened with yet 3 more remakes of the Gaiden games, now called Shining Chronicles. No new games were released after this until 2007, when Shining Wind, a sequel to Tears, came out, and a new Force game called Shining Force EXA, both for the PS2. The latter was released outside Japan, but only in North America. The former, Wind, never even made it. EXA is probably one of the most decent attempts to honor the name Force within the Shining series, also developed by Neverland, and later being released also for mobile phones. Once again, it was an action RPG, Diablo style, but with a much better story, characters and gameplay mechanics than its mediocre predecessor. Although not a commercial success nor a critically acclaimed game, it did fairly well, but it wasn't enough to stand up with the classics from Camelot, and fans were already starting to lose interest. Actually, in an attempt to bring back attention to the series, the protagonists Toma and Cyril, and also one of the antagonists, Rimsien, appear on a famous crossover, Project Crow Zone, for the 3DS, but to no avail. In 2009, Shining Force Feather was released for the Nintendo DS, and this was the last Shining Force game ever made to date for a console system. Finally, they had returned to the strategy roots with a tactical RPG, but one that was released only in Japan. It wasn't developed by Camelot or Nextech or Neverland, nope, by Flight Plan, the same people who created the Summon Night series. Well, Feather was, like many other titles in the Shining series, received with mixed reviews. It resembled old gameplay mechanics, but it was far from being as good as the original Shining Force games. At this point, there was nothing to do but to move on with more spin-offs still exploiting the series. The same year, only Japan saw Shining Force Cross for arcades, apparently an awesome game that was praised by both players and critics alike. So if it was that good, why wasn't it ported to home consoles, or why wasn't it localized in any form whatsoever? In any case, this was the last Shining game to date to entail the word Force. And after this, Sega moved on to the PSP in Japan with 3 more titles developed by other companies, one of them being Media Vision, games that were never released anywhere else. Another one for arcades that was ported to PC, PS3 and Switch, then another one for the PS3, only in Japan, blah blah blah, until finally taking that same title for the PS3 to make an enhanced port of it for the PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch and PC, Shining Resonance Refrain. After 9 long years of having nothing of the Shining series overseas, and that, so far, is the story of the Shining series, specifically the Shining Force franchise. In my opinion, the name Force might return considering how Sega has constantly refused to let it die with the original creators. But sadly, no other developer has made such great games that can even remotely compare to the originals. Its current disappearance from the market, even in Japan, might not only be for all the jumping around from one developer to another, but also because the series itself was never that successful outside Japan to begin with. Even the first Shining Force games took a while for people to accept them, but were quickly wrapped up in many other great JRPGs. So Shining Force will have to make one hell of a comeback if Sega wants it to be remotely successful. Maybe they were trying their luck with the Shining Resonance game, but sadly, that game was not that well received either, so any hopes of getting a Shining Force or anything from the Shining series are slim. Shining Force will be forever remembered as one of the most iconic video game franchises in history and also a pioneer for strategy RPGs. Its legendary stories and well-done mechanics have influenced many other games in the genre, but no one has been able to emulate their style properly so far. Therefore, it will keep going on as a cult-following classic series, bursting with originality, truly a precursor of the tactical universe of gaming. That's it, guys. Let's not forget that there are other problems involved, like for example, most of the franchise's games were released during its golden time period for consoles that failed in the market. I mean, the Game Gear, the Sega CD, the Sega Saturn, those are consoles that failed back in the day. They failed. And therefore, after the Dreamcast, Sega went bankrupt. We all know that story. So there's other problems involved. If there's something that I missed, put it in the comment section below as usual. I am not here to try to be a gaming historian or something like that. I'm just here to share a little insight on the surface of what happened to certain franchises, Shining Force being today's example. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Phantasy Star is one of the most historically important RPG franchises of all time. It's a pioneer in the industry that started in 1987. And today, guess what? It is still going, but only in Japan. It's been almost 10 years since we got the last game, and there's not have been anything else localized from it. So what the hell's going on? What the hell happened to Phantasy Star? Today, we're gonna find out what. Phantasy Star was developed by Sega and one of its divisions called Sonic Team, popular obviously for the Sonic games. Yuji Naka was involved in both franchises as a programmer, although back then they were just mere projects. It all began because Nintendo had Dragon Quest, and it had gotten so popular that Sega needed a major RPG of its own for their own console, the Master System, to compete. So along with designer Kotaro Hayashida and artist Rieko Kodama, they released Phantasy Star by the end of 1987 on December 20. The following year it was localized to North America and the UK, even reaching Brazil in 1991 as the first RPG translated to Portuguese. It was a commercial success, praised for its futuristic environment with space travel and its three-dimensional dungeons, with a woman as a protagonist being one of the very first female lead characters ever in a video game. Phantasy Star was critically acclaimed, and it is considered as one of the pioneers on the genre, on par with Dragon Quest, known as Dragon Warrior in North America back then. The game was so iconic, graphically superior to Dragon Quest, that it quickly gave Sega the opportunity to create a whole franchise with the same name. In 1988, the Mega Drive, also known as the Genesis, came out, and 1 year later, Phantasy Star 2 was released for it. The game took place 1,000 years after the first one, now focusing on a different cast of characters in a different conflict, but still dragging certain issues from the past. Instead of navigating in first person through dungeons, the game now used a top-down perspective, now a third-person view for its turn-based battles. Once again, Sega met commercial success. Phantasy Star 2 was critically acclaimed, and it quickly became a classic RPG from the late 80s, being the first RPG for the system at the time. Praises went to its soundtrack, its gameplay mechanics, and its story revolving around a futuristic problem about a malfunctioning network leading to climate changes, similar to what we're starting to experience in reality nowadays. Phantasy Star 3: Generations of Doom was released in 1990 in Japan and the next year in North America and the UK. The game revolved around 3 generations of characters, and it was now in a medieval fantasy setting, not quite science fiction anymore. Also, new people developed the game, and not the original creators, with the exception of Yuji Naka, who stayed as a main producer. It felt so different than its predecessors, still with similar gameplay mechanics and all, but with a lot of technical problems, such as the game being rushed within less than a year and data storage limitations of the cartridge. Phantasy Star 3 was still praised despite its drastic changes in art style and linear storytelling, but it didn't do as well as both its predecessors. Sega wasn't worried, however, already planning yet another title in the series, also for the Genesis, a game that will become the epitome of the franchise and one of the best JRPGs of its generation. But before we get into that, there's a couple of things to cover that don't exactly influence the outcome of the series, but still worthy of mention. Given the franchise's success, spin-offs began development. Sega's portable system, the Game Gear, already competing with Nintendo's Game Boy, met 2 Phantasy Star titles. The first one, Phantasy Star Gaiden, was a spin-off of the original Phantasy Star, taking place on a colony founded 400 years ago by Alice, the original protagonist. This title was released only in Japan in 1992, almost 2 years later after the third Phantasy Star had been published. Then, another spin-off was made, called Phantasy Star Adventure, also for the Game Gear, taking place at the same time as Phantasy Star 2, but now being a puzzle in first person. So as you can see, Phantasy Star was a huge thing back in the early 90s, meeting success all over the place, and that is the reason why Sega wasn't worried one bit about Phantasy Star 3 not having been as successful as the others, which was also the reason why they decided to develop and release in 1993 the masterpiece Phantasy Star 4: End of the Millennium for the Genesis. It wasn't released in the US, however, until more than a year later in 1995, and by the end of it in Europe. The game was the conclusion to the entire all-goal system of the franchise's universe, taking place 1,000 years after Phantasy Star 2. That's right, not 3, 2. It included manga-style panels to tell parts of the story, and a very long script that surpassed all its predecessors. Rieko Kokudama was back, now as a director, but Yuji Naka was nowhere to be found. Overall, it was an amazing game. The best in the entire tetralogy in my opinion, but unfortunately, the game met mixed reviews when it first came out. Critics complained about the music, which was extremely good by the way, also complained about the story, which was also highly substantial, and that the graphics were mediocre and outdated, which as you can see, are also awesome. So yeah, mostly thanks to very idiotic people, reception was fairly positive, but not as much as the first two games in the franchise. Nevertheless, this will be the last time the world will see a turn-based Phantasy Star game, or even any title whatsoever, for over 5 years straight. Despite the series' disappearance for a while, ports started being released here and there, such as Phantasy Star Collection for the Saturn in 1998, including the first 4 main titles. It would later be ported to the Game Boy Advance in 2002, but excluding the 4th game in the series. A grave mistake, but still meeting positive reviews. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before the year 2000, Sega was preparing for the series' comeback into something that will change the online gaming industry forever. We all know the company was already sinking with tons of economical issues, mainly thanks to more competition in the market such as the PlayStation, and with the Dreamcast system trying to stay afloat. So by the end of the year 2000, Sega launched Phantasy Star Online. It was the first online RPG for gaming consoles, not a turn-based RPG, but rather an action one with a story completely unrelated to the previous titles. And obviously, it was a huge success in the entire world. Marketing was taken to a whole new different level to make players engage more deeply in its online features. It quickly became one of the most important MMORPGs in the history of gaming and a pioneer of sorts of home consoles. With its success, people were slightly oblivious of the original turn-based series, moving on to the world of action RPGs. And even after the Dreamcast died, with Sega going bankrupt, Phantasy Star Online was still rolling. Ported to the GameCube, ported to the Xbox, ported to Windows, a second version released initially for the Dreamcast before its demise. There was even a second episode released for all these consoles, and a third one as well as an exclusive for the GameCube in 2003, localized in 2004 to North America and Europe. This one, however, was extremely different than all the other online games, being a turn-based RPG with a card battle playing system. It was a good game, but players kind of ignored it, considering it had been released as a GameCube exclusive and with gameplay mechanics that were considerably different from the online classics. Such is the reason why Sega, now being a free publisher with no console of its own, took the series away from Nintendo and moved to the Xbox 360, PC, and the PlayStation 2 in 2006 with an entirely new series. Phantasy Star Universe came out worldwide in 2006. The first thing everyone noticed was how different it was from Phantasy Star Online, even though it had been made by the same team and even though it was still an action RPG with both a full offline story and an online mode. It was a great game, but veteran players felt it was boring, different in a bad sense, an update to online that wasn't just nearly as good. Still a commercial success, however, and even with a direct sequel called Ambition of the Illuminus that was released the following year, although obscure due to other great titles for the PS2 being successful at the same time. Ambition, in my opinion, is a hidden gem, as good as the original, but many people didn't see it that way. They wanted a follow-up to Online or a return to the turn-based original series. So Sega attempted to satisfy everyone at once, including young people, returning to Nintendo after several years of having left it. Phantasy Star Zero was then released by the end of 2008. A game that mixed elements from both online and universe franchises, mainly an experiment to approach the younger audiences, and an excuse to expand the franchise to all available video game companies. However, the game did not do very well, with mixed reviews from both players and critics. Nevertheless, Sega had already moved on to the PSP to produce yet another sequel to the Universe series called Phantasy Star Portable that same year, although the rest of the world didn't get it until 2009 and 10, just like with Phantasy Star Zero. But that same year, Japan was already releasing a fourth sequel, taking place 3 years later, story-wise, also for the PSP. Both games being an exclusive. The rest of the world got it almost 1 year later in 2010, and that was the last time we will get anything from the franchise. The series continued on in Japan with an expansion called Infinity for this last game in 2011, but it was never localized to any other country. The next year, in 2012, Japanese fans were finally happy to play Phantasy Star Online 2, initially only for PC. In 2013, it was released for the Vita, in 2014 for Android and iOS, in 2016 for the PS4, finally in 2018 for the Switch. All this only in Japan. Nobody else has gotten a localized version of this game. No one. And if we go back to 2014, Sega released Phantasy Star Nova for the PS Vita as an exclusive that we didn't get either. Wanna know who made this game? Sega? Haha. Sonic Team? No. It was Tri-Ace, the same people who developed the Valkyrie Profile and Star Ocean series. What the hell? An action RPG, very much like Online and Universe, but with its own unique characteristics. It was a commercial success in Japan, but still no plans were made to release it to the rest of the world. It's 2018, and the franchise is still somewhat successful in Japan, but for everybody else, it's been 8 years since the last game. No apparent intentions are there to bring out any of their last games, not even to North America. So what the hell happened to it? Why didn't we get them? Was it because sales weren't as good for the Universe franchise as they were for the Genesis games or the online versions? It's time for it to make a proper comeback. The Shining series returned very recently with Shining Resonance Refrain, so why not localize Nova or release a new game in an attempt to revive the franchise outside Japan? This is one of the most iconic video game series in the history of gaming. Over 30 years after the first game for the Master System, RPGs that revolutionized the genre and the industry. How can something so important stay only inside Japan? So here's what happened, in my opinion. Sega had an extremely important and successful tetralogy of games with a perfect closure. Then they disappeared for several years until finally returning with the online breakthrough. They exploited that and took advantage of its success, but ultimately decided to change for a second time the series. Universe was resented by online veterans and was not up to their standards. Sega, however, exploited again what little success it had and spent resources creating sequels that were great, but not according to players and critics outside Japan. So the way I see things, and I don't want to blame anybody, the reason why Phantasy Star hasn't yet returned is because people practically asked for it. They didn't support the franchise when it needed it the most, and if we take into consideration Sega's financial situation of the past few years, the answer might be a little obvious. However, if they wanted to forget about the Universe saga and bring back the online one to satisfy those asshole veterans, why not release it outside Japan? That is a question that I will sure like to hear your thoughts about in the comment section below. We may not know Sega's real reason for their latest decisions, but at least today we have an idea on what the hell happened to Phantasy Star. Also, a huge, long history about Phantasy Star. As you saw, it's extremely important, and I can't believe that currently it's only in Japan. For the past 8 years, we have heard nothing about it. That's so sad. But let's hope that one day Phantasy Star makes a comeback, which I'm pretty sure it will, one way or another. I mean, in Shining cooled, why not Phantasy Star, right? Let us not lose hope. That's it, guys, for this video. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with your friends. See you next time. Baten Kaitos. Baten Kaitos. That is a name that nowadays has gained a lot of recognition. A lot of fans, a lot of new people, and a lot of positive feedback. And this is a series that compiles only 2 games. Sadly, it had quite a bright future back then when the last game, the second game, came out, and ever since then we have heard nothing about it. Maybe some rumors here and there, maybe some interest from the part of their developers, Monolith Soft, but nothing conclusive, nothing remotely solid to go on with, nothing at all. So what the hell happened to Baten Kaitos? Why is it that such a great small franchise, such 2 great games, haven't seen the light anymore in the gaming industry nowadays? Today then, we're going to find out why. What the hell happened to Baten Kaitos? Let's begin. In 1999, one of Squaresoft's key figures, Tetsuya Takahashi, who had been the creator and director of masterpiece Xenogears, left the company to create Monolith Soft in order to continue with a new series called Xenosaga in a partnership with Namco. Other people from Squaresoft also quit in the same year, such as Yasuyuki Hone, who had been the art director under Takahashi for Xenogears and Chrono Cross. He also joined Monolith Soft. With the success of the company and still with their partnership with Namco, they approached Nintendo in 2003 to talk about the development of a new game that will turn out to be an exclusive for the GameCube. However, Monolith Soft wasn't sure they could handle this new title by themselves, so they brought in another partner for co-development, which was 3 Crescendo, a company that had also been founded in 1999 after their separation from 3Ace. Head of this company was Hiroya Hatsushiba, a long-time sound programmer for famous music composer Motoi Sakuraba, who will also make the music for these 2 companies' new RPG. That game was going to be called with a very strange name, but Nintendo liked the idea and decided to adopt it. It was Baten Kaitos' Eternal Wings and the Lost Ocean. It was 3 Crescendo's first game, developed but still with Monolith Soft and Namco at the head of the wheel. It was directed by Yasuyuki Hone himself. The game focused on a turn-based battle system that derived from choosing cards within a short time limit to choose every single action of your characters against their enemies, mainly to create combos if the player had decided to attack. This idea, along with a beautiful scenario, music by Motoi Sakuraba, fantastic graphics, and a script by popular writer Masato Kato, who had also scripted Xenogears, Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Cross, would make Baten Kaitos as a strong pillar for a possible new franchise. But unfortunately, despite the game's success within gamers and critics alike, it didn't sell well. Namco had expected to sell at least 500,000 copies worldwide, but it didn't even sell half of that. They were disappointed despite the fact that Monolith Soft and 3 Crescendo were already planning a second game in the series. 2 novels were released only in Japan called The Destruction of Truth and the Lie of Promise and Castle of Storms. They met some success but never left their country of origin. However, Yasuyuki Hone and friends weren't ready to give up and were already in development of a new Baten Kaitos for the Nintendo DS. But alas, it was quickly cancelled and all pre-production of the game vanished into oblivion, at least for a short period of time, until Monolith Soft announced a new title that would later turn out to be a prequel, but with new characters and a new plot. Nintendo wanted this game to be released for the Wii, since it was already 2005 and the GameCube was nearing its lifespan, but since the game wasn't suited for the Nintendo Wii system motion control hardware, they took all the risks and released the game in 2006, but only in Japan and North America this time. It was called Baten Kaitos Origins. It had a faster card choosing system during battle, which will be called by many gamers and critics as an improvement over the original one, but the limitation of only 3 party members for the entire game left a lot to talk about. It also had an even darker story, not written by Masato Kato anymore, as well as different people handling the art style and the programming. Nevertheless, the game was met with positive reviews, and just like its predecessor, it became a cult classic. Sadly, however, it also didn't sell well. It wasn't published by Namco, by the way, but by Nintendo. So now, Monolith Soft had 2 very well-received games that had disappointed 2 major video game companies with poor sales. The future of the series was therefore doomed. Today, it's 2019, and the game's director Yasuyuki Hone still works for Monolith Soft and is still insisting on reviving the series. He wants to develop a 3rd Baten Kaitos and has been stating this desire ever since the release of Origins in 2006. But who will want to publish a game that both Namco and Nintendo didn't even properly promote? And since then, no news regarding a new Baten Kaitos have been heard. In September 2018, after releasing an expansion for Xenoblade Chronicles 2, Hone stated publicly that he and Monolith Soft are still very interested in creating a 3rd game in the series. This led to a wide spread of rumors about a new game being developed, but it was just that, a rumor. Nothing happened, nothing has been announced, and the series is still in the shadows. So what the hell happened to it? Well, poor sales is literally the only reason why this fantastic series has never properly returned anywhere in this world. It's obvious, and it's something that's always happened. If something doesn't sell well, what's the point of making it? We have to remember that video games are not only a form of art, but also a business, and if it costs a lot of money to make them, then the developers are obviously expecting to be paid or rewarded after releasing it. However, there are 2 more things to notice here, my opinion of course. One, when Namco published this game, they didn't heavily promote it as good as they did with their Xenosaga series, and all the attention was for that and not for Baten Kaitos. And second, Nintendo did exactly the same thing, and to make matters worse, they published the game by the end of their own console's lifespan. What the hell did they expect? It's as if they knew the game had very little probabilities of succeeding, and they still took the risk. But this is all entirely subjective, and we probably will never know the reasons behind these strange decisions. In any case, Baten Kaitos is still there, in Monolith Soft's closet, waiting patiently to return one day. The fact that its developers and its director are heavily interested in making it happen, going as far as to request fans to tell them and Namco that if they really want it, then they will develop it, sounds like something that might be solid proof of their good intentions. Or perhaps they're just being hypocritical when people ask them about this marvelous series. Whatever the case, they left us with 2 amazing games, hidden gems that are now cult classics, beloved by many, many different gamers out there. Today, we still don't know any news on the matter, but at least we learned what the hell happened to Baten Kaitos. It's always about the money, right? Isn't it? It's always about the money. But we gotta understand that making art, making video games costs a lot of money, especially when they want to be AAA games or maybe AA games, not necessarily indie games. I mean, companies such as this, such as Monolith Soft, they are trying to make art, but they're also trying to make business. And you know, a lot of people do art because of passion, because of the love of it, just because of the sake of creating something. And that's truly admirable. I mean, but almost any sort of art, for not to say all forms of art, cost money. They are expensive. Even writing is expensive. So I think that however pissed we might be with some developers, we always gotta understand that when there's no money and there's no feedback and people are not buying something, you can't keep doing that. You know, I'm a writer and I have lived the same situation in a very, very smaller scale, obviously, compared to these people or to any developers out there. And the thing is that when people become a fan of some of my books and they ask for a sequel or something else, and that particular book hasn't sold well, I usually reply to them, give me some time, I can't promise anything, I am interested, but it will probably happen, but not now. And that's exactly what Monolith Soft has been replying to their fans, to Baten Kaitos fans. They're saying, we want to do this, but they don't want to say to you directly, there's no money for it, there's no support. Namco doesn't want to publish our work. Nintendo doesn't want to publish our work either. They want us to continue doing Xenoblade or this or that or new projects. Nobody wants to support Baten Kaitos except maybe a handful of people, a handful of fans. And that's not only the case with Baten Kaitos. Ever since I started making these What the Hell Happened to videos, this series of videos, I have noticed that most of the series died because there was simply not enough support or not enough money to create a new title in the series. And that's what happened to Baten Kaitos, and that's what happened to a lot of franchises out there in the video game industry. But anyway, both Monolith Soft and Namco have said, like I said in the video, I don't know if it's true or not, if that's their true intention or they're just playing with us, teasing us. But the thing is that they have requested our assistance to tell them that we want a new Baten Kaitos. But how many people are going to sign up for this? How many people are going to be there insisting on them to develop, to create and publish a new Baten Kaitos? You be the judge. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're gonna talk about Legend of Legaia, a cult classic for the PS1 and an all-time favorite for many. It only spawned 2 games, one for the PS1 and one for the PS2, and right after that, it vanished. So today we're going to try to find out what the hell happened to Legend of Legaia. In 1998, the PlayStation was bombing the world with RPG after RPG. Several successful titles, such as Final Fantasy VII, Wild Arms, or Xenogears, were rocking the streets of Japan. And it was only going to keep getting better on the following years. By the end of that year, Sony decided to make a subsidiary called Contrail in order to develop a new role-playing game based on a script written by Hidenori Shibao, who had previously scripted and designed Lenus Memories of an Ancient Machine also known as Paladin's Quest for the Super Nintendo. The story was simply called Legaia. However, Sony wasn't quite satisfied with that name, so they decided to change it to Legend of Legaia. It was released in October of 1998, the following year in North America, and until the year 2000 in Europe. However, yet another company was credited for the development, called Procyon, which had been technically created by Sony employees to aid Contrail on the game design. Legend of Legaia was a turn-based RPG where players needed to choose the attacks of their characters in order to create combos by using the D-pad. Back then, nothing else was remotely similar to this battle system, and that, along with a very mystical and enchanting story within a very unique universe created by Mr. Shibao, threw the game into a commercial success in Japan. It was heavily praised, and it quickly created a strong fanbase to support it. Outside of Japan, the game met positive reception and was positioned among the best RPGs of all time by gamers and critics alike. However, time went on, and more colossal figures such as The Legend of Dragoon, Chrono Cross, or other Final Fantasy titles began gaining terrain until the appearance of the PlayStation 2. Therefore, Legaia remained as a cult classic among giants. During the development of Legaia, Hidenori Shibao started having huge differences with Contrail and Sony. He stated that Contrail didn't understand the world of Legaia and that Sony wanted to change things for the worst. In an interview from the book The Untold History of Japanese Game Developers, Volume 3, he stated one of the biggest dark truths of game development. There are so many things you have to have. You have to have battle voices. You have to have a Mo character, cute with large eyes. It makes it hard to create anything original. There's always a lot of, well, this is very popular, so you have to have this. It ends up feeling like everything's a copy of such and such anime or such and such game, and I find that terribly disappointing. And with that statement, he was fired from the team. In November 2001, Procyon developed Legaia 2, Dual Saga for the PlayStation 2. Contrail apparently wasn't involved anymore, but you could say it was still developed mostly by Sony employees. And as it was expected, Shibao wasn't involved at all. Legaia 2 still followed several gameplay mechanics from the original, but most of them were poorly executed. Difficulty spikes corroded the experience, and the story became much weaker than ever. In the end, Japanese fans from the original Legaia title were heavily disappointed and trashed the game with strong criticism. Outside of Japan, published in 2002 in both Europe and North America, with almost zero advertisement for it, the game failed as well. It wasn't negatively received, but nowhere near as positive as its predecessor had been. This therefore gave Sony enough reasons to shut down Procyon and abandon all possibilities for future entries in the series for good. In conclusion, a bad sequel killed it. However, Legaia was never meant to be a franchise to begin with. It had been a very well-written script by Hidenori Shibao, immediately torn apart by Sony and its employees to make a better appeal to people. And while it did work at the beginning, for the most part, without Shibao, there just wasn't room for a proper sequel. Publishers are always forcing developers to change things from their games, just to make a better appeal to the general masses and be on good terms with everybody. Sometimes that business mentality works fine, but sometimes it just doesn't. Games or franchises are ruined, key developers quit or are fired, changes are made for the worst, only to satisfy an uncaring majority. And that's exactly what happened with Legend of Legaia. That's what happened. You know, it's kind of hard to decide, to pick a side. You know, I for one will obviously pick Shibao's side because I am a writer as well, so I can easily relate to him. It's always the big companies who want to change everything, regardless of it's for the best or for the worst. That doesn't matter to an artist. I mean, we don't want our stories or our titles to be changed, but sometimes you gotta put up with that shit. You gotta stand down and let them change whatever the fuck they want to change to make it more appealing to the general public. I mean, the more people buying your game or your book, the better, right? I mean, sometimes these companies don't make these changes to be assholes and just to piss off the artist. I mean, they think and they say, well, you're making art, but you're also making a business. And it's always because of that, when that line is crossed in a bad way, the art line with the business line, it's always when that line is crossed in a very negative sense, when things like this happen. You know, series of books just vanished, stopped being written, stopped being published, and it's the exact same case with video games. With JRPGs, it's no exception. I mean, how many RPGs have we seen failing? How many franchises have we seen failing, dying, just disappearing? And most of them have a lot to do with these decisions, with these changes. And I get it. I mean, if I put myself in this company's shoes, in Sony's shoes, I don't think I would have done the same thing, but I can easily understand why they did what they did. I just don't approve. And that's what pisses me off. But what's your take on this topic? I mean, what do you think? It's a matter of perspective, as usual. You guys know me, I am the kind of guy who likes to steer his own wheel, to choose his own destiny. I don't like having bosses around me or behind me. I don't like anybody pulling my strings. I hate that. Maybe I'm not a really big, successful writer, but at least I'm free. And Shibao, he didn't quit the company, he was fired. Precisely because he had that same mentality. Like, I want to do this way, and this is cool, and I think people are gonna like it. And well, regardless of if people are gonna like it or not, this is what I did. This is my art. And then Sony decides to just change everything. And well, it worked at the beginning. I mean, we got a cult classic, a video game that we will probably never forget, a really good RPG for the PS1. Like I said in the video, among giants. But look what happened afterwards. And you know what I mean? It's really hard to decide who's right and who's wrong. Maybe there just isn't right or wrong here. Maybe it's just a matter of perspective, as usual, a matter of opinion. Sony had its own opinion, Shibao had another opinion. Those opinions crashed and they just went their separate ways, and Sony fucked up. What do you make of this? What do you think of this? What is your opinion on this? Whose side would you choose? I mean, can you understand Sony's decision? Can you understand Shibao's mentality? Etc. But at least today we learned what the hell happened to Legend of Legaia. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're finally going to take a look at the Legend of Dragoon, one of the cult classic RPGs for the PlayStation. Yes, what the hell happened to it? You wanna know why I'm making this video? Because there was allegedly going to be a sequel. That's right. So let's find out what the hell happened to it, to the Legend of Dragoon and to its alleged sequel. Japan Studio, officially known as Sony Interactive Entertainment Japan Studio, is a first-party video game development and production team established in 1993. They're mostly known for working on several different games co-developed by many different companies. Their one and only RPG they developed with no collaboration from anybody else was The Legend of Dragoon, released for the PlayStation on December 2, 1999 in Japan. It arrived in North America until June 13, 2000 and January 19, 2001 in Europe. It was directed, written and designed by Yasuyuki Hasebe, who had previously worked on Super Mario RPG as a battle designer. It was produced by Shuei Yoshida, who is nowadays president of Sony's worldwide studios. This project will be the start of a turn-based RPG set in a fantasy world with characters caught between a war among nations. 3 years will take the team to develop the game, with an incredible budget of $16 million. It had a few original mechanics, such as clicking buttons at the right time to make your attacks cause more damage and create combos. This feature allowed players to immerse more deeply into the battle mechanics rather than to be stranded in an average turn-based system RPGs were known for in the 90s. It also had amazing graphics, a very well-written story with strong character development, and some beautiful CGI cutscenes that were very expensive for the time. It was a commercial success, selling over 1 million units, with most of the sales coming from North America. Nevertheless, its reviews were mixed to positive, not only by players and critics alike, but also by Sony itself, after having tossed $16 million for a role-playing game that didn't meet its standards. It was supposed to be a masterpiece, an all-time bestseller worldwide, but since the only country where it had been successful was the US, Sony became disappointed. That and the fact that the game itself was simply not as great as they had hoped for. Regardless, over the course of time, The Legend of Dragoon became a cult classic with mixed feelings from fans. Some people would love it and call it an underrated gem, while others will say it was an overrated mediocrity. Since the response in Japan was overwhelmingly small, plans for a sequel were eventually cancelled. This was revealed in an article from IGN in 2012, where Yoshida said that he and the team had listened to the fans in North America and therefore planned a sequel. I still occasionally hear from fans of The Legend of Dragoon, and many want to know if there is a sequel, Yoshida admitted. Legend of Dragoon 2 was put into pre-production after I left the Japan studio, but was eventually cancelled for some unknown reasons, and the team members moved on to different projects. That same year, The Legend of Dragoon had been ported to the PSN in North America as a digital release, 2 years before in Japan. The truth is, it was never actually intended to become a series anyway. A sequel had been planned, yes, but it never moved from that. These unknown reasons Yoshida spoke of might have been mainly because of his departure to the US, and with the team focusing on new projects that Sony thought deserved more attention than an RPG that didn't meet their expectations. It was only obvious. As much as its fans love it, The Legend of Dragoon was not that successful and just didn't merit a sequel or anything related to the continuity of its existence. Therefore, Sony decided to cancel any alleged plans for a sequel and simply leave it be as a cult classic for the PlayStation. So what the hell happened to The Legend of Dragoon? Nothing! I mean it! Nothing happened! As you saw, it was actually never supposed to become a series or anything of the sort. It was just one game. It ended, story ended, everything was okay. It was a classic, people liked it. It didn't meet Sony's expectations. So when people started wondering about a sequel or a possible sequel, just like with many other RPGs out there are standalone titles, the producers and the development team, they just said, okay, they want a sequel, so maybe we could give it to them. Let's just plan it and propose it to Sony, and then Sony just say, no. That's what happened. Nothing. Anyway, you know, The Legend of Dragoon is a cult classic nowadays. A lot of people love it, a lot of people hate it. People say it's underrated. People say it's a hidden gem. People say it's an all-time classic. People say it's a great game. People say it's a bad game, a mediocre game, overrated, underrated. You know what? Just play the game for yourself and have your own damn opinion about it. Forget about what people say. Just play the game, live the experience, and you decide whether it's a good game or a bad game. And you decide also if this game deserves a sequel, or at least a remaster. That's right. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Do you remember Lufia? Well, I do. In fact, I'm a big fan of Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals in the Super Nintendo. So I've always wondered, why aren't they making any Lufia games anymore nowadays? We're here exactly to find out why today. Alright, let's begin. Neverland Company Incorporated was founded in 1993 as a video game development team. They wanted to make a traditional RPG that very same year. Once they did, it was called Estpolis Denki, translated as Biography of Estpolis. When it was brought to North America by Taito, the title was changed to Lufia and the Fortress of Doom. This may have happened because the name Estpolis lacked appeal and was difficult to pronounce or understand for North Americans. Therefore, Taito believed that the name of the female heroine, Lufia, will be easier to market. The game was also going to be released for the Sega Genesis, but was ultimately cancelled. It was never released in Europe. Lufia and the Fortress of Doom is a turn-based RPG with character sprites in 2D, dungeon crawling elements, and mainly random encounters. These encounters, however, proved to be very frequent in the game, and the fact that you couldn't choose a specific enemy to attack, but rather a group of enemies instead, threw the game into harsh criticism. Despite this, the charm, story, and gameplay mechanics gave it notable recognition, but ultimately failed against other RPGs at the time, like Secret of Mana or the Final Fantasy titles. Nevertheless, it was enough for Neverland to continue on with the series. Estpolis Denki 2, or rather Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals, was also released for the Super Nintendo on 1995 in Japan. However, Taito of America had closed its doors there, and it was localized to North America by Natsume the following year. But it wouldn't arrive in Europe until 1997 as the first title in the series, simply called Lufia. This presented no issues since the game was a prequel to the original Lufia. The game combined all elements from its predecessor into perfection. Encounter rate dropped to normal, puzzles and dungeons were more reasonably challenging, and the story was deeper, with more insight this time. It also included several new features such as the option to avoid battles inside dungeons and slight roguelike elements to make navigation smoother. It was a commercial success, not even overshadowed by other giant titles such as Super Mario RPG or Chrono Trigger. Lufia 2 stood on its own and brought the franchise into a bright future full of possibilities. To date, it stands as one of the best RPGs on the system and a cult classic to never forget. During the following years, Neverland became uncertain on what to do with the franchise. Lufia 2 had been successful, yes, but not as much as they were expecting. Or rather, how much both Taito and Natsume were expecting as their publishers. So instead of working on a new title, Neverland began developing other RPGs for the Super Famicom in 1996, that eventually were never released outside Japan. A couple of years later, it was revealed that another company called Nihon Flex was finally working on Lufia 3, and it was going to be called Lufia Ruins Chaser, still within the same universe as the others, as a canon title for the PlayStation. The company, however, went out of business by the late 90s, so Taito gave the rights back to Neverland, who picked up the project and turned it into a Game Boy Color exclusive called Lufia: The Legend Returns. It was released in 2001 on all territories, still published in Japan by Taito, Natsume in North America, but this time by Ubisoft in Europe. Story was completely rewritten, new characters were added and graphics were significantly downgraded. And even though some gameplay mechanics were similar to previous titles in the series, it looked and played remarkably different, making it seem more like a spin-off than a canon title. Nevertheless, it was Lufia 3 through and through, but criticism, questions, and uncertainty began immediately after its release. First of all, who was this Nihon Flex company? And most importantly, why was it involved with Lufia in the first place? However, yet another big question was, why was the series being taken to a portable system? Confusion began, and combining the lack of success of Lufia 3, Neverland dropped the series. Natsume withdrew temporarily and took them to work on other titles, including Sima the Enemy for the Game Boy Advance. Taito, however, kept the rights to Lufia and decided to hire a new company called Atelier Double to develop a spin-off also for the Game Boy Advance in 2002. The title was called Lufia: The Ruins of Lore. Atlus published this game in North America the following year, but it was never released in Europe. Loosely based on the events of Lufia 2, taking place 20 years after it, this spin-off focused more on a quest-driven adventure and much less mature story than Lufia 2, but still with similar gameplay mechanics and a fun battle system. It was ironically successful, but with sales still kept to a minimum, finally disappointing Taito the following years. With Neverland gone from Taito's strings and no other publishers interested in the franchise, Estpolis Denki's future became completely uncertain once again. In 2005, Neverland went on to work with Sega on the PlayStation 2 with Shining Force Neo, years after the original developer of the series, Camelot Software Planning, had given up on it. They also released Shining Force EXA 2 years later, both titles being released only in Japan and North America. Since none of them met Sega's expectations and criticism was harsh, Neverland moved on to continue with their newly successful series, Rune Factory, a spin-off of the Harvest Moon series established since 2006. Lufia wouldn't return until 2010 when Square Enix approached Neverland to take advantage of what little success Lufia 2 Rise of the Sinistrals had back in the day. They wanted to remake the game, but with a full reimagination of its gameplay mechanics. Driven by their own nostalgia, in a last attempt to revive the series, Neverland agreed and, along with Square Enix, developed Lufia Curse of the Sinistrals for the Nintendo DS. Square published it in Japan, but Natsume, who still kept the rights in North America, published it there. No version was ever released anywhere else. This remake, however, was an action RPG, very similar to the East series, with only one character being able to fight in a hack-and-slash mechanic. Graphic and character design were very well done, and overall, the game looked beautiful. As an action RPG, still filled with puzzles and dungeon crawling mechanics that characterized the Lufia series, it was welcomed by new gamers and succeeded in that regard. Sadly, the reality was far from being positive. It only sold 14,000 copies in Japan, and original Lufia fans trashed the game with harsh criticism. Time went on with less and less people interested in buying this drastic reboot. Both Natsume and Square Enix noticed this and closed the doors. 3 years later, Neverland Company filed for bankruptcy, and most of its employees were hired by Marvelous AQL to continue working with the Rune Factory series, along with other titles such as Lord of Magna Made in Heaven for the 3DS. The Lufia series, however, vanished into oblivion, probably forever. I think it's pretty obvious what happened to Lufia. We've seen this so many times with lots of franchises and developers when different publishers get involved. Bad decisions are made, games aren't successful. Yeah, same old situation. One of the stupidest things they did, in my opinion, was not taking full advantage of the success of Lufia 2, giving the rights to this Nihon Flex company and moving to a portable system with downgraded graphics. Had it continued on the PlayStation as originally planned, the series could have met a different fate. Maybe. We don't know for sure. But when publishers like Square Enix get involved, the situation almost always gets worse. But that's all entirely subjective. We may not know what the future holds in, but at least today we learned what the hell happened to Lufia. You know, this plot hole of Nihon Flex, this weird company being involved with Lufia, still bugs me, still bothers me. And as much as I researched this whole thing on the internet, I found nothing. So if any of you guys know something about this, please let me know in the comment section below. Anyway, we learned today what the hell happened to Lufia. The same thing that happens to a lot of franchises, to a lot of companies, to a lot of developers. Same old situation. They failed, they were never really successful to begin with, bad decisions, lots of publishers, etc. The same thing over and over, time and again. That's what happened to Lufia. Thanks so much for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Welcome, fans of Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. Would you like to know what the hell happened to your beloved franchise? Well, today we're about to find out exactly what. So let's begin. Quest was founded in 1988 in Tokyo. They started with a bunch of platformers and RPGs, some of them never released outside Japan. In 1991, however, they released Magical Chase for the TurboGrafx 16, a cute side-scroller that nowadays is extremely expensive, going for around $5,000 complete in box. Insane, but true. Anyway, back in the early 90s, they wanted to try a different approach to the tactical genre, and Nintendo seemed like a good home for RPGs. Upon hiring genius writer Yasumi Matsuno, they began development of Ogre Battle: March of the Black Queen. Both the title and subtitle were taken from songs of the classic band Queen, as Matsuno was heavily influenced by their music. The idea of the game was to create an original immersion into a world with giant maps as a real-time strategy RPG. Players will control an entire army through several different groups of characters and monsters to conquer or liberate certain locations in the maps. The main design of this game was headed by Matsuno himself, along with artist Akihiko Yoshida. If you don't know who that guy is, well, just look at the background. If that doesn't look familiar, I'm pretty sure this girl does. Ogre Battle was released for the Super Famicom in 1993, but it wasn't brought to North America until 1995. Now, they call this game as the 5th chapter of the saga. Weird. Where were the other 4 chapters then? In any case, it met highly positive reviews, but wasn't exactly a commercial success. Nevertheless, Quest was already preparing for a new entry in the series. Tactics Ogre: Let Us Cling Together, again with another subtitle from a song by Queen, was released in October 1995, also for the Super Famicom, but only in Japan. The game was allegedly too hard for Western players, so nobody wanted to take their chances to localize it. It was directed, written, produced, and designed by Yasumi Matsuno, again with Akihiko Yoshida involved, as well as Hiroshi Minagawa on the graphic design. As you can see, it was now a strategy RPG, an isometric tactical game with players managing single units, this time in turns. The game had a very deep and complex story, mostly revolving around politics in a revolution led by the main characters. In Japan, this game was a commercial success, and the story, graphics, and gameplay mechanics were overly praised. It was now the 7th chapter of the saga. What happened to the 6th chapter then? That very same year, Matsuno, Yoshida, and even Minagawa decided to quit Quest and go work for Squaresoft. Of course, they didn't take the rights of the franchise with them, so they decided to start working on a spiritual sequel that would later be called Final Fantasy Tactics on the PlayStation, meeting overly commercial success and becoming a cult classic. Just like Vagrant Story, another game made by this trio and Squaresoft. Back in 1995, however, Quest was devastated by the loss of 3 of their key figures, but even so, they decided to start working on a new project. However, they wasted no time exploiting the 2 successful games that had already made a name for them, creating ports of both to the Sega Saturn and the PlayStation in 1996 and 1997. The PlayStation versions were the only ones that were localized outside Japan, and it will be the first time we will get to play Tactics Ogre Let Us Cling Together in North America. Several small changes were made in this port, but the difficulty was still very present. Regardless, they weren't very welcome outside Japan, both Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre, and faded into obscurity thanks to the enormous success of other RPGs on both the Saturn and especially the PlayStation, specifically Final Fantasy Tactics. But Quest wasn't ready to give up yet in the West. They knew they could continue the series without Matsuno and friends, and they proved it to the world with the release of Ogre Battle, Person of Lordly Caliber in 1999 for the Nintendo 64. Again, a subtitle from a song by Queen to respect the custom Matsuno had created. It played very similar to the first Ogre Battle, but in a friendlier approach to the Western gamers, and a challenge still very present inside its vast gameplay mechanics. Story and characters were part of a deep and excellent plot, once again delving into politics and war. Thankfully then, the game was a success and it quickly became one of the most sought-after RPGs on the Nintendo 64. North America will see a release of it in the year 2000. Sadly, Quest made the one mistake that will start costing them the future of the series. The game was successful, yes, but they released it for the wrong console. The Nintendo 64 barely had any RPGs and it was far from being a good home for a game like this. And even though it had been published in North America by Atlus, the original publisher of the series was still Nintendo, so Quest had no choice but to accept reality and tragically the losses. And by the way, this was allegedly the 6th chapter in the Ogre Battle saga, so now we have chapters 5, 6, and 7, but still no chapters from 1 through 4. Instead of delivering such chapters, they randomly decided to create a couple of spin-offs in 2000 and 2001. One of them was Legend of Ogre Battle Gaiden, Prince of Zenobia, originally titled as Let Us Walk Together as a side story to Tactics Ogre for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Weird! Then they made yet another Tactics Ogre spin-off in an attempt to continue milking the name, called The Knight of Lodis for the Game Boy Advance in 2001. Atlus localized it to North America the following year, but by then, Quest was very near bankruptcy. This game was a strategy RPG, very similar to its predecessor, but obviously made by an entirely different crew. Again with an outstanding story, deep battle mechanics, and a memorable presentation. However, it was quickly overshadowed by many other RPGs on the Game Boy Advance, such as the Fire Emblem series, and yes, you guessed it, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance in 2003. The Knight of Lodis was barely successful, and it instead became a hidden gem. By the end of 2002, Nintendo wanted nothing to do with Quest anymore. Their games weren't selling, it was as simple as that. Quest declared bankruptcy, and most of its employees were hired by Square Enix the following year. In 2005, during the development of Final Fantasy XII, Yasumi Matsuno, who had been behind the main idea of the game, suddenly resigned from Square. He claimed it was due to an illness, but in truth, Matsuno had always been a rebel with much cause and just couldn't handle working for other people. He became a freelancer instead and even worked with companies like Level 5 and Platinum Games. Okay, back to Quest. Now that they had the rights to the series and most of the Quest employees were working for it, Square Enix granted Minagawa and friends the opportunity to create a reimagining of their all-time classic tactics ogre. Minagawa assembled the team, convinced Matsuno to temporarily return, and they quickly started working on what would later become an enhanced port for the PSP, released in 2010. That is 9 years after the franchise had temporarily vanished. This port was localized again by Atlus to the West. This will also be the first time Europe will meet an official release of the game in its territories, aside from the Virtual Console re-releases on the Wii. Tactics Ogre on the PSP was yet another commercial success, but once again became quickly overshadowed by many other RPGs on the system back then. Since it didn't meet Square Enix's expectations, the company finally dropped the series and buried it to the ground. Well, explaining at this point what happened with Ogre Battle Saga is pretty much obvious. It was one thing after another, the key developers leaving the company, Nintendo's expectations not being satisfied, Quest going bankrupt, Matsuno leaving Square Enix, Square Enix's expectations not being satisfied. It all comes down to one simple thing. This franchise was never really successful to begin with. Quest tried, they truly did, but unfortunately it was to no avail. It's still there, with the initial games being re-released for virtual consoles, but no new titles are on plans for development. This series is completely dead, and it will probably take a big effort from its 3 key figures and most Quest ex-employees to bring it back. But when Square Enix has the rights to an obscure, cult classic franchise, we all know it's most likely doomed. Forever. We may never see a new title again, but at least today we learned what the hell happened to Ogre Battle. You know, I'm not exactly a fan of this franchise one bit, but I do respect it a hell of a lot, and it just saddens me to see one franchise that is so historically important just dead. Do you have any idea how many RPGs this franchise influenced? A lot, and I mean it, not only Final Fantasy Tactics, a lot. So how can Square Enix just let it die? Well, it's still a business, and if something doesn't sell, it goes away. That is the sad reality of today's capitalism. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're gonna find out what the hell happened to Alundra, a very small franchise that only spawned 2 titles on the PlayStation that were kind of popular back in the day, but that today remain mostly as hidden gems. Alright, let's begin! Climax Entertainment was founded on April 1990 as a video game development company. They worked alongside Camelot Software Planning into the creation of the Shining series, with their first title, Shining in the Darkness, for the Sega Genesis, released in 1991. The following year, Climax would also help into developing Shining Force, again on the Sega Genesis. However, their first true game developed entirely by them was Landstalker, also released on the Genesis in 1992, but localized to the West until 1993. It was an action RPG played in an isometric view, where players were tasked with clearing puzzles, defeating enemies, and traversing through various dungeons and towns. The game was not exactly successful in sales, at least not outside Japan, but it will remain as a cult classic that will later influence other titles in the genre. This influence affected some crew members of Climax Entertainment after its release. Climax would then go on to create a spin-off called Lady Stalker, now being produced for the Super Famicom. However, these members wanted to head into a different direction and along with other developers from Telenet Japan, left Climax Entertainment to create their own company called Matrix Software, established on July 1994. That will be the start to create a new action RPG that will be the spiritual successor to Landstalker, but completely unrelated to it. The product was Alundra, released almost 3 years later on April 11, 1997 for the PlayStation. Directed by Yasuhiro Ohori, the idea behind the game was to carve a whole new story within a completely new universe, but with gameplay mechanics that will resemble those of the original Landstalker. The result was the story of a young elf called Alundra, who departs for the village of Inoa, where people are apparently sick with something related to their nightmares. It is Alundra's mission to enter these people's dreams, solve the mysteries and puzzles to cure them. It was a commercial success. Critics mostly praised the script, a very dark story that involved elements of religion, death, or even depression, crafted by young writer Ichiro Tezuka. Criticism went towards the enormous difficulty some of the puzzles had, later becoming one of the hardest RPGs on the system. Regardless, it was a game very well received, at least at the beginning, with its localization happening the following year in 1998, Working Designs being the publisher in North America on January, also meeting their good reviews and successful sales. Matrix Software began working on other games that will eventually lead them to meet Chunsoft, the company behind the Dragon Quest series. They will start working together on the franchise itself, including on a spin-off called Tornico The Last Hope, about one of the main characters from Dragon Warrior 4. However, during 1998 and 1999, Matrix was busy with another game that, thanks to the success of Alundra, will become a second title in the series. Alundra 2 was released on November 18, 1999, localized on February 29, 2000 in North America, and later on Europe and Australia as well. The localization, however, wasn't handled by Working Designs, but by Activision outside Japan. Drastic changes were made to almost every single aspect of the game, as if it had been made by different people. Ohori still directed this, but along another person. Production, design, script, and programming were handled by different employees of the company. Alundra 2 was still an action RPG, but fully done in 3D, with a lighter and easier to understand story, working mostly as a comedy. It was completely unrelated to its predecessor, thriving now as a standalone title. Despite being a good game, still fun to play and enjoyable, it was a commercial failure, especially outside Japan. Fans of the original game were heavily disappointed, and important websites and magazines began giving it mixed reviews. Major complaints were against the change of atmosphere and the difficulty spikes, specifically at some boss battles, as well as the overall layout of the gameplay mechanics. Matrix Software, already working on more Tornico series and now getting more involved in the Dragon Quest franchise, resented the failure enough to keep up the name, but not the idea. On February 2002, Matrix Software finished Dual Hearts, an action RPG for the PS2, published by Sony in Japan and by Atlus in North America. No version of this game was ever released anywhere else. Dual Hearts, made by different employees of the company, attempted to recreate a similar formula as seen in the Landstalker and Alundra series, but ultimately failed mainly due to the lack of marketing, but also the lack of originality. The truth is, nobody cared about this game, not only for receiving mixed reviews, but also for not being called Alundra 3. Even though it was unrelated to the series, Dual Hearts faded into oblivion, along with the Alundra name, forever. How many times have we seen small franchises fail over the course of time? How many times has it been mainly for changing entire concepts, mechanics, and personnel? Some series succeed despite having major changes like this, but others fail as if they were always destined to be. Perhaps Alundra should never have had a sequel? Perhaps Matrix Software should have retained the formula for future entries? The answers lie only within the developers themselves. In the end, Alundra died because of a failed sequel and the lack of interest from both the developers and the publishers to continue exploiting what could have easily become a fantastic franchise. Nevertheless, other projects got in the way, and Matrix Software ended up involved with several different companies such as Square Enix, mainly developing Final Fantasy spin-offs, and hidden gems like Avalon Code or Nostalgia, both for the Nintendo DS. I'm glad to see that Matrix Software is still hanging in there, unlike Climax Entertainment, who shut its doors in 2014. We may not know if they will continue to work on more action RPGs, but at least today we learned what the hell happened to Alundra. The Alundra series had so much potential. It could have worked just fine nowadays considering the rise of action RPGs. But sadly, it's gone now, and probably forever. We might never see a new Alundra title ever again. Thanks for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Xenogears, one of the most historically important RPGs of all time, but also with one of the most controversial scripts in the history of gaming. Everything that surrounds this role-playing masterpiece created a chain of effects that heavily influenced its case. Today, we will find out what the hell happened to it. Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is one of the most popular RPGs ever made, beloved by hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even millions. It was developed by the Dream Team, which included some of the greatest minds in Squaresoft and Chunsoft, creators of Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. It was released on March 11, 1995. 2 years later, Final Fantasy VII was released on the PlayStation, and it quickly became a highly revolutionary RPG and also one of the most popular of all time. Now, these two games had a lot of things in common, including people. One such people was Tetsuya Takahashi, a talented graphic designer and former employee of Nihon Falcom. During the early 90s, he joined Squaresoft and began working on games such as the Final Fantasy series. On Final Fantasy VI, he was the graphic director. He also worked on Chrono Trigger with the same position. Nevertheless, Takahashi was starting to grow restless with how Squaresoft was managing the series, wanting to appeal to younger audiences with light-hearted stories. So after the release and success of Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger, he then proposed an idea for Final Fantasy VII. Initially, it was called Project Noah, something he had been working with his wife, Kaori Tanaka, also known as Soraya Saga. Once the script was presented, Squaresoft thought the story was too dark, too psychological, and too religious-oriented to become a proper Final Fantasy title. Takahashi and Tanaka then took the script to Masato Kato, who had penned the story of Chrono Trigger, to become a sequel. Kato, however, couldn't make the decision alone, and Squaresoft once again rejected the idea. Nevertheless, they suggested the story to be its own game, unrelated to any of the other projects. Over the course of time, Project Noah became Xenogears, when Hiromichi Tanaka joined as the producer. Tanaka had also worked in some Final Fantasy titles, and he had been the main creator of Secret of Mana on the Super Nintendo. During its years of development, Xenogears was also joined by Masato Kato, who had shown a lot of interest in the story in order to help pen the script. Nevertheless, two things stood in the way of its production, one of them being Takahashi's idea to make it a full 3D game. At the time, it just wasn't possible due to the PlayStation's limitations, so the graphics became 2D sprites over 3D backgrounds. This caused long periods of reworking and redesigning parts of the game, which eventually led the team to exhaustion. The other thing was also the story. While for Japanese culture it was acceptable to converge religious ideas as a proposal for wider audiences, it sure wasn't for the rest of the world. The plot involved ideas from controversial psychologists Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung, as well as philosophical ideas from Friedrich Nietzsche, questioning humanity, questioning its origin, therefore questioning God and religion. As a result, the game was almost left in Japan and it barely made it out to reach North America with some minor changes to the script. Europe and the rest of the world didn't get it. To everyone's surprise, Xenogears was a huge commercial success both in Japan and North America. Despite that, however, gamers and critics noticed something strange within the game. It was a 2-disc release, and the second disc seemed to have been mostly animated cutscenes telling a rushed part of the story. Takahashi later explained that Squaresoft had pushed the project to its limits, mainly because it was taking too much time. Also, the team's inexperience led to several budget issues within the 2-year limit Squaresoft had initially allowed. All this resulted in Xenogears being a rushed game. Nevertheless, it still succeeded and it became a giant cult classic, highly regarded as one of the best RPGs of all time. In my opinion, it has the best story ever written in a JRPG. So what the hell happened to Xenogears? It was successful, it had met critical acclaim, gameplay, graphics, story and soundtrack had been masterfully applauded. Takahashi wanted to start a new series, of course, but since Squaresoft was focusing more and more into Final Fantasy, he noticed the company was heading into a different direction. It was about that time when many bright minds began leaving the company. Xenogears was released on February 11, 1998 in Japan, localized until October 20 of the same year. That same month, Takahashi quit Squaresoft and created his own company, Monolith Soft, with the help of Namco. Namco will then allow Takahashi and his remaining team to work on the Xeno series. Since he didn't have the rights anymore to the name Xenogears, he made some slight alterations to it. The result was Xenosaga, an enormous project that took 3 games to tell on the PlayStation 2. Today, Monolith Soft is one of the most successful companies in JRPGs, mainly thanks to the popularity of the Xenoblade Chronicles series. Xenogears, however, was left as a standalone title with no plans for continuation, remake, remaster, or even a re-release. In the end, Squaresoft and Takahashi left us with a fantastic project, with a genius script no matter its controversial nature, and overall, a masterpiece that none of its fans will ever forget. It's too sad to know that Square Enix still holds the rights to Xenogears, so chances are we'll probably never see anything directly related to it again. Perhaps if Takahashi had stayed, we would have seen something, but I strongly believe that he took the right decision. He made the right call leaving the company, because Square Enix became something that most of its original fans never wanted. But hey, look at the bright side. 2 great video game series were born after Takahashi left and founded Monolith Soft, Xenosaga and Xenoblade Chronicles. Thanks for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Hey guys, what's up? Today we're gonna find out what the hell happened to White Knight Chronicles, a franchise that seemed to be very successful during the 2010-2011 era, but at the end, it turns out it wasn't. Wanna know why? Well, stay put. Let's begin! Sony has a first-party team called Japan Studio. They've made several different games for many different PlayStation systems. One day, they were approached by a new studio called Level 5, founded by director and game developer Akihiro Hino in October 1998. These 2 studios began working together on other RPGs such as Dark Cloud, Rogue Galaxy, and Jeanne d'Arc, all exclusive to their respective systems. Level 5 also developed Dragon Quest VIII, obviously published by Square Enix, and created a series on the Nintendo DS called Professor Layton. Between 2006 and 2007, Sony noticed the increase of popularity of RPGs on a physical format, which also offered an online multiplayer mode. They became interested in investing on a game that could compete inside this new market. So they thought about Level 5, of course, with their experience together. So in conjunction with Level 5, they developed White Knight Chronicles. It was released on December 25, 2008, only in Japan. There were plans on localizing it everywhere else, but the online features of the game were too much to handle in such a short period of time. Localization happened finally between February and March 2010 for Europe and North America, released as White Knight Chronicles International Edition. By that time, a sequel was almost ready to be published in Japan. White Knight Chronicles was a medieval RPG that combined a real-time strategy battle system with action, much like the Dragon Age series or Final Fantasy XII. Players will select during real-time the actions of their playable character and have them attack by themselves. It was pretty basic, to be honest, but still very fun to play. Story was there, well written and polished, as well as some outstanding graphics for its time. Nevertheless, the single-player mode offline was too short, and gamers could beat the entire game in less than 20 hours. The online gameplay was the main course of this RPG, mostly carried through quests that you could play with other players. The game sold very well during its first weeks in Japan, and also in the West. However, reception was mixed, with critics and gamers feeling the game was too short, too simple, with online features that were engaging but not addictive. Despite its reception outside Japan, White Knight Chronicles 2, a direct sequel of the first game, was released on July 8, 2010. And as you can see in the cover, it included a fully remastered version of its prequel. It took around a year for it to be localized outside Japan, reaching North America until September 13, 2011. Sadly, it didn't sell well. Not even in its country of origin, disappointing players worldwide. The game was still fun to play and it followed the adventures of the original characters in the first title. However, even though some mechanics had been polished, both the offline and online experiences felt lackluster. It was as if you were playing the exact same game as before. White Knight Chronicles 2 failed onto the Western market and its online servers were shut down on June 18, 2013. Akihiro Hino had directed, produced, written and designed the first game. But he was barely involved in this sequel though. So after the failure, both him and his company withdrew from the franchise to continue focusing on their newly successful title, Ni no Kuni, also on the PS3. Sony didn't give up on the series, however, as they had been at least somewhat successful in Japan. With Level 5 gone, they needed to hire another company to help Japan studio develop a new title in the franchise. Matrix Software, responsible for creating the Alundra series and several other RPGs, including ports of Final Fantasy titles to the Nintendo DS and PSP, joined the project. So while ironically White Knight Chronicles 2 was being translated to the West during 2011, early that same year in February, Sony released White Knight Chronicles Origins as an exclusive to the PSP. There was also an online co-op mode here, but barely anybody tried it. It didn't sell well over there, mainly because it felt different even though its gameplay mechanics were almost identical to its predecessors. In the end, it was as if Matrix Software had just tried to copy them in order to alleviate the pressure from Sony and Japan Studio. Origins was a prequel to the franchise, taking place 10,000 years before the first game, but it was more of a spin-off than anything. It was a solid RPG, quest-driven, with an interesting story about a mercenary group and a charming cast of characters. Sadly, and as expected, it failed in Japan, and as a result, with Sony losing interest and money during its first weeks of sales, Origins was only localized to Europe and Australia on June 10, 2011. There was never a North American release. They didn't even bother. In conclusion, it's sad to admit that the only thing that truly happened with this franchise was failure. It didn't do well since the very beginning. Sure, the idea and the concept brought a lot of interest from gamers all around the world during the release of the first game, but reception was lukewarm in some areas, and the game eventually became a niche classic more than a mainstream title. It was no commercial success in reality. People were more interested in the offline experience than the online quest features. It wasn't exactly a masterpiece of a game or a revolutionary RPG, but it was good, fun, and very enjoyable. The main problem were the gigantic expectations it had worldwide. So sales for the first game were acceptable, but sales from the other two were mostly below average and didn't comply at all with Sony's agenda. Nonetheless, and in the end, it was a series that failed with reviewers since the very first game. Level 5 noticed this immediately and wasted no time into moving on to other projects. We may never see a new title ever again, but at least today we learned what the hell happened to White Knight Chronicles. So that's it for this video, my friends. As you can clearly see, sometimes nothing really deep or intrinsic happened. Games just fail, and companies need to move on. That's all. White Knight Chronicles was just never successful to begin with, not even from the first game. Sure, it sold a hell of a lot, but most people were disappointed. In my personal opinion, I wasn't. I enjoyed this game. I really enjoyed it, as a matter of fact. It's no masterpiece, but it was pretty darn good for me, enough for me to recommend it to all of you. I haven't played the second one, but I did play Origins on the PSP, and it was also a pretty fun adventure in my opinion. Alright, so all that is left is for you guys to give it a try if you want to and formulate your own opinion on the matter. Thanks for watching, don't forget to subscribe and share this video with your friends. See you next time! Chrono Trigger is one of the most popular RPGs ever created. Many consider this game as one of the best RPGs of all time. It also led to the creation of a fantastic franchise that has been dormant for the past 20 years, with only more ports and more ports of the original game for many different systems. So today, in this video, we're gonna try to find out what the hell happened to Chrono Trigger. In 1992, Hironobu Sakaguchi made a trip to the US to research computer graphics, alongside Dragon Quest series creator Yuji Horii and longtime collaborator Akira Toriyama. The three of them came up with a new idea that no one had ever done before. This idea, of course, was Chrono Trigger. After an entire year of trying to conceive the project and fund it, Kazuhiko Aoki from Squaresoft decided to pitch in as producer. The company also designated Masato Kato to be the main scriptwriter of the game, along with Yasunori Mitsuda as the main composer, with Final Fantasy series musician Nobuo Uematsu as supervisor. Chrono Trigger was developed in 1993 and released 2 years later in 1995 for the Super Nintendo. It was a commercial success and a revolutionary RPG that contributed in big part to new ideas of development for future games in the genre. Its influence became legendary, and it is still considered by many as one of the best RPGs of all time. It was later ported to the PlayStation with Final Fantasy IV as Final Fantasy Chronicles in 2001, then on the Nintendo DS in 2008, where it also met a critical reception, finally to PC and mobile devices years later. So with the success of something this big, the potential of starting a new series and creating a whole new franchise was completely accepted by Squaresoft. However, the first idea that came into mind, strangely, was proposed by Masato Kato himself, but as a spin-off. It was released 1 year later in 1996 as a text adventure for the Satellaview
an add-on for the Super Nintendo. It was called Radical Dreamers, never to be localized outside Japan, even though fans translated the game in 2003. It was then just a side story focusing on the adventures of 3 characters named Sergi, Kid, and Jill. However, the game's development was rushed and it was done in only 3 months, leaving an unsatisfied Masato Kato with the final product. Still, there was no sequel to Chrono Trigger. Many other ideas were then presented by different designers as a possible sequel. One such idea was Xenogears, conceived by Tetsuya Takahashi, who had been the graphic director of Chrono Trigger, but was later scrapped and redone into its own game. Finally, in 1998, Squaresoft, Masato Kato, and Hiromichi Tanaka, who became the idea's new producer, conceived Chrono Cross. It was released on the PlayStation in 1999. However, it was not a direct sequel to Trigger, nor was it Chrono Trigger 2 by any means. It was in fact the real and true Radical Dreamers project that Kato had envisioned before. Kato even directed the game himself and told many times that even though it was connected to Trigger to some extent, acting as an indirect sequel, Chrono Cross was still its own game. The idea, after all, was to make a new game in the series and not a direct sequel. Well, Cross was also a huge commercial success, although not as much as its predecessor. It became a beloved RPG with one of the greatest soundtracks of all time, and also my personal favorite video game ever. Alas, critics and players duly ignored that this was not Chrono Trigger 2, and therefore were slightly disappointed. In 2001, a new idea, although barely conceived, was called Chrono Break. This time, it was supposed to be the true sequel everyone wanted. Squaresoft did a trademark on this title but kept it unused for the time being. During that time, the company began plans for its fusion with Enix, to later become the nowadays popularly known Square Enix. Sadly, key figures of this amazing franchise were already gone from the company, as they never saw eye to eye with them. One such person was Masato Kato, alongside the creator of the series, Hironobu Sakaguchi. Years later, Yuji Horii will even go as far as to say that he had no interest in coming back to the Chrono series. Eventually, it was acknowledged that without these people coming back together, a new title or a true direct sequel to Chrono Trigger would never be possible. The trademark for Chrono Break, even though it was never a solid idea, was lost a few years later. Takashi Tokita, the director of Chrono Trigger, stated in several interviews that the idea was still there, but without its original creators, there is just no way to make it happen. It's 2019, and absolutely nothing appears to even be remotely tangible. So what the hell happened? Many will put the blame on focusing the talent, effort, and ideas into games that original fans never wanted. Radical Dreamers wasn't even an RPG, and it never made it outside Japan. Chrono Cross was a masterpiece, yes, but it was not the game fans wanted in the first place. Because the truth is that new titles in the series will be a well-accepted idea by the general public, that for sure. But with so many gamers out there wanting a direct continuation of the story and characters they knew and loved, Square Enix is in a bind. They know a true sequel will never be possible without the original masterminds of the franchise, and therefore, both a new game or a direct sequel are completely out of the question. And yes, they have been heavily criticized for this decision, considering the outrageously gigantic fanbase Chrono Trigger has, including the major sales it had on the Nintendo DS port. So in the end, the future is still uncertain, with years still passing by. We may not know if we'll ever see a true sequel or at least a new game in the series, but at least today we learned what the hell happened to Chrono Trigger.
So that's it, guys. That's what I think happened to Chrono Trigger. And me, I am such a big fan, huge fan of Chrono Cross, as it's my favorite RPG of all time. So I would love for a new comeback to this series, but that's just not gonna happen. Not even a new game, not even a direct true sequel to Chrono Trigger, nothing of the sorts, as long as Square Enix doesn't do anything to bring these amazing people back together again. Square Enix. But that's just my opinion. Anyway guys, I have an announcement to make. This is my final episode in this What the Hell Happened To series. I will be no longer making these videos anymore, and I just chose Chrono Trigger, or rather Chrono Cross, my favorite RPG of all time, as a closure to this fantastic What the Hell Happened To series of videos that I had been making for over 1 year. It's time to move on, to come up with new ideas, to work on better projects, and lay this series of videos to rest. So thank you very much to everybody who accompanied me in this journey. I hope I can come back to it one day, but for now, it's all over. As usual, thank you very much for your support and for watching this amazing series. I love making all of these great videos. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and share this video, this final video, with your friends. See you next time.